Okay, folks, it is 1 p.m. and we'll begin this special council meeting on Thursday, December the 12th at 1 p.m. So please rise for the playing of the national anthem. So thank you, everyone, for pushing back the time. I appreciate your indulgence due to the county commitment that I had this morning. So we'll move forward with the adoption of the agenda, and the motion comes forward from Deputy Mayor Fody and seconded by Councillor Maybe that the agenda be adopted as circulated. Does anybody have any additions or deletions to the agenda? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? All those opposed? And it is carried. Next item on the agenda is declaration of pecuniary interest in general nature thereof. Does anybody have an interest to declare? I have no hands up. So we'll move forward with the in camera, and there is none, and obviously no reporting out. We'll move forward with the consent agenda and adoption and a receipt of minutes, which there are none, and no staff reports. So, nor information items. So moving to number 11, which is action required items. So the motion that we will put forward here this morning or this afternoon, in order to consider the budget is as follows. And it comes from Councillor Maybe, seconded by Deputy Mayor Fody. That council received Corporate Services Report 2024-033-2025 draft municipal operating and capital budgets. That council received the 2025 proposed operating budget with a net levy requirement of 12,929,200. And that council received the 2025 proposed township residential property tax rate of 0.0054163, and that council received the 2025 proposed capital budget of $14,889,100, and that council recommend a scenario per budget addendum, policing costs, and all necessary rates and budgets to be updated accordingly, and that the 2025 draft municipal operating capital budgets as presented be referred to in the January 6, 2025 Committee of the Whole meeting for consideration. Okay, motion is on the floor. So however you would like to start this, Mr. Treasurer.
Thank you, Mayor. Sure. Just giving Jess time here to share the slide presentation. We'll begin the presentation. So just before we begin, obviously bringing the budget together is a collaborative effort amongst all the departments. So thank all the directors and their teams for helping put together the budget that we are presenting to council and to the public for consideration today. I just got to get on my right slides. Yeah. So this is just the brief agenda of the approach today. So I'll give a brief overview of the budget approach, followed by an overview of the operating, followed by the departmental operating, where the directors will speak to their specific departments. We'll then move into the capital budget, followed by water and wastewater, and then next steps and questions. And then as we go through the slides, you'll see how many of them there is the reference on the bottom of the slides to where the information is in the binder. So if you want to follow along that way, or for anybody watching from home. So budget approach, you can skip. So first up is the 10-year strategic plan that was passed by council in 2021. I'm not going to spend a lot of time discussing it, but it does set the visions and priorities for the township, and it rests on the 4 strategic pillars as seen in the slide. And the one thing I would point out is you'll see in section 3 of the budget binder in departments, at the beginning of each department, for any new initiatives, there is a chart there that ties it back into the strategic plan, just to show that synergy of and that connection of things we're doing and how it does tie in and relate to the overall strategic plan. This is from the budget binder as well. It's just to show that there's many strategic documents outside of the strategic plan that inform a lot of the initiatives and the budgets that are proposed today. I'm not going to go into each and every one of them. They're there in the list, but it's just to just provide a high level overview that there is a great deal of documents that all come together, and it leads into what's going to be presented in the budget. So for this year, these were the main budget building blocks that really informed the budget as proposed. One thing that'll be a reoccurring pattern throughout today is the capital needs, and specifically the AMP and how that informs us. We see that through the operating, through the contributions to capital reserves. External agencies has got a lot of attention, particularly this year with the OPP increase, and we're going to talk about that later, and the financial relief. And we'll be looking for direction from council on how they want to treat that financial relief. October CPI was 2%, which is a lot better than previous years. It has come down, but the township's not immune to inflationary pressures, just like we all experience in our day-to-day lives. Salaries and benefits is another building block. Salaries and benefits makes up a significant expense to the township. So that's another block that we're putting on there. I would note that there's one new position proposed in the budget, and that's a student position in the building department, which Director Venditti will speak to later. Other than that, there are no new positions proposed in this budget. Reserve and reserve funds, the importance of contributing to and using reserve funds the best we can to help stabilize tax rates, future growth, and then levels of service. So those are kind of all the building blocks that come together, and how you balance the different pressures and the different needs and bring the budget forward. So just some of the challenges. I touched on inflation previously. I'm not going to go into it much, but we mainly see it through things like insurance, supplies, materials, fuels. The reserve funds and contributions, and I also have debt servicing in there. There is proposed debt that will come online this year for the new fire hall, and that puts a pressure on the operating budget, and then in turn the tax rate. External agencies, that's OPP, that's CRCA, that's the library board. So that's another thing. A favorite one is comparing our municipality to others, and I am going to have a slide on that coming up with everyone's favorite slide of the tax rates, but it is a really apples to oranges. Different townships have different levels of service, provide different services. So it's always a tricky game when you are trying to do that. And then to beat everyone's favorite dead horse, the delay of the provincial reassessment. So again, this year now represents the 5th budget in a row now where there is no phase-in of assessment increase. We're still waiting to hear. They're still looking at it, and we expect we'll have more direction in 2025. But just for reference, property assessments are still at the January 1st, 2016 rate, and that has not been, we have had no direction that that's going to be changing in 2025. So this is just one on insurance. We always like to highlight insurance because it has seen dramatic increases over the years. As you can see in this chart, back in 2020, the township's insurance was about $342,000. In this year's budget, it's budgeted at about $720,000. So it has more than doubled in the 5 years. One, if you want to call it a glimmer of hope is that there has been the trajectory down in the last couple of years of the increase. So this year's insurance budget was based on a 10% increase of last year's actuals, which continues. It's still a high number. We are still waiting to confirm our actual insurance increase for next year. We should receive that shortly. I'm expecting it might come in marginally below that 10%. And just for reference, last year we budgeted 15% and ended up coming in at 13.7. So we're hopeful it'll be under 10. I've heard of other municipalities coming in under 10. So I think that's a reasonable conservative estimate for the budget, and that's how it's being built. But yeah. Go ahead. So I'm just going to move into just a general operating budget overview before we get to the departments. So for those following along, this is mainly tab 2 of the budget binder. So high level, as presented and proposed in the budget binder, it would require a 7.3 residential tax rate increase in operating. This is for the township's residential tax. At this time, we don't have a number from the county, so we didn't want to estimate or take a best guess at that. So if you notice table 2 on page 7, that's a flat rate from 2024 when it's showing that overall rate increase, but it does give you a good idea of how much of the rate is made up of the local lower tier R rate. We're about 45 to 48%, depending on where the county comes in at. So our residential tax rate increase is proposed at 7.3. Just a reminder, the overall tax bill that the township does send out and collects and remits includes us, the county, and the education portion. And for the education portion, that has been confirmed that is staying flat for this year. So that's confirmed. There will be no change to the education rate. So this rate is driven by an overall levy requirement of 12.93 million, which is about a $954,000 increase over last year. And that's an 8% increase on last year's levy requirement. Overall, within the budget, there's proposed to use about 954,000 from reserve funds, where we will be bringing in money from reserve funds, mainly to fund temporary or one-time special project costs. That number is going to change now with the financial relief from the OPP, but that's how the budget was built originally. Debt payments are proposed to go up to about 304,000 this year. That's related to the new fire hall that's under construction in Sealy's Bay. The budget for this year was built with the expectation that debt would be coming on around the end of May, June. So it's kind of phased in, and then that will be fully online for 2026. And then overall this year, it's proposed that the contribution to capital reserves increase up to 2.9 million would be coming from the operating into the capital reserves. And yep, that's good. So budget addendum, policing cost. So you will each have the printout of it. So as most people are aware, in the media, there was considerable interest when municipalities received their OPP policing costs for 2025. We originally received a 2025 bill for just over $2 million, so $2,033,000, which was a $321,000 increase over 2024's bill, which was about 19%. So as this budget was originally drafted at the time, part of that $321,000 increase was about $116,000 related to a 2023 reconciliation. They always reconcile 2 years after. So this budget was built that 2023, that 116 of that 321 increase would be funded through the working fund. And the thought around that was that's a temporary, not a true fixed cost. So we didn't want to bake that into the tax rate. So that's why it was proposed that way. Good for municipalities. On November 29th, we received word from the province that they were going to be providing financial relief for municipalities serviced by the OPP police. And the amount that we will be receiving is $298,000 in support. So what that relief means is, one, we don't need to use our working fund to cover off that 2023 RAC. When you take that out, that leaves about $182,000 remaining in financial relief. So how do we want to treat that? So as provided to you, there was kind of three scenarios provided. I'm not going to go into all the details on them, but essentially it was the scenarios where, one, use all that remaining 182,000 in 2025, do a combination where use some of that in 2025 and put the rest away for 2026, because we'll be experiencing the expectation is we'll have a large increase next year as well, or carry that whole 182 over to next year to help mitigate next year's increase. And the table you see on the slide there, that's a variation on the tax impact slide from page 7 of the binder. So that kind of gives you an example from each of the scenarios and what that means on the median tax bill for a resident. So for example, our median assessment's $206,000. As the draft budget is currently constructed, the annual township tax bill is $1,116. If we use that whole remainder of that 182 this year, that annual tax bill would go down to $1,100, about $16. So those are the three scenarios that we're looking for council to consider and provide direction on which way they would like to proceed with that.
So I have a hand up. I didn't say this at the beginning, but if you have questions as we go along, please feel free to put your hand up so that we can address them as we go. Go ahead, Councillor Grau.
Thank you. Through you, Your Worship, in previous years, the OPP costs have come out as a cost per household, and it's varied between $293, $298, if my memory is correct. Do we happen to have that number? Thank you. No pressure.
We do, through your mayor. I am just looking for that.
I'm sure I saw it somewhere as well.
They do provide that. That's not it.
I think it came, did it not come with the funding or it came with the bill?
The cost per property on the original bill that was provided was $303.08 per property.
Okay. But with the additional funds that we got, obviously that would bring it, well, it would depend on how we choose to deal with it, right? Okay. Any other questions before we continue on? Go ahead.
Yeah.
Too many screens?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, so next slide. So this slide just provides a high level of the last 5-year history of the proposed levy requirement. So you can see in the chart there, the last 5 years of the township tax rate and the overall tax rate. The 5-year average is about 5% for the township and a 3.5% overall. This year's overall is going to change based on what number comes in with the county. But overall, out of that $954,000 increase from 2024, about 75,000 of that is made up through assessment growth. So what that means, if we didn't change our tax rate at all, kept it flat from 2024, we'd have an extra $74,400 based on our assessment growth in the year. And the other 880,000 of that increase in levy, that is being made up for through the increase of the proposed increase of the tax rate. Just to provide reference, we spoke about it last year. We're seeing that the effect of the freeze on the assessment increase is that it puts the pressure on the tax rate to make up for those levy increases. Historically, before, the township could expect between 2.5% to 3% in phase-in growth that we're just not seeing now. So therefore, that whole levy, the significant portion of the levy increase is directly tied to the tax rate increase now without that phase-in assessment. And then everyone's favorite slide is the tax rate comparison. So this is comparing to the other lower tiers in our county. You can see this is 2024 rates. We don't have 2025 rates for our neighbors. So you can see there, Leeds in 2024 is the green bar, which would be the second lowest at the top. Our 2025, the proposed township tax rate would move it slightly there, but you can see we're still primarily below everybody. And just for reference, we added the number there beside it is per every 100,000 in assessment. That's what the taxes are paid to the lower tier, just to provide some context of what those tax rates actually mean in dollars. And just for reference, they're not included on here, but Prescott, Brockville, Gananoque, since they are single tier, they don't have the county, they're not included on here. But if you looked at it from an overall tax rate perspective, those three would make up, and Westport would be the four highest. So we're well below our neighbors when you do that comparison. Like I said, it's hard to do that apples to oranges because you have to also look at other levels of support they're receiving, whether it's through OMPF payments, OCIF, Fed gas tax. So there's a lot of variables that feed into that.
I just wanted to ask a question for clarity. The proposed TLTI rate going above Rideau Lakes, that's based on last year's Rideau Lakes bill.
Yeah, that's 2024 Rideau Lakes. Yeah.
So Rideau Lakes just had their 2 budget meetings in the last 2 days. So that may change. We may be able to hold our spot depending on where they end up. So. Go ahead.
Thank you. Phil is, thank you through you, your worship. Phil gave us a statement there that I think bears repeating, and it was a good one.
Oh.
It's about, it is concerning the current value assessment, and by it not increasing, the obvious is that it puts a lot of pressure on townships to raise rates. I'd like to point out the total value this year differential in the CVA is only $13,700,000. That equates at a tax rate of 0.054, so $131,000. That's it, $131,000. So people have a very big misunderstanding of impact and how it flows downhill. I could go on and say, not everybody is a loser when they do impact. It's averaged out. There are winners and there are losers, but people, that's a tough one to talk about. But Phil, the treasurer, is quite right in saying it is exactly that. This very small, relatively small increase, and that's all the new buildings, all the residential and commercial additions, et cetera, et cetera. That's it. It's a very small number, 0.7%. So no wonder there's pressure on all municipalities to raise tax rates. Thank you.
It was a very good point, Councillor Gorell, and thank you for bringing that up. And I know that we have spoken about it on a number of occasions, but you know, when you put it in the context of this particular slide and you're looking at Township of Marrickville, Wolford, and Village of Westport, their tax rate is double, in like almost double in Marrickville, Wolford, and Village of Westport is double comparatively. And then not to pick on our neighbors that we surround, but you know, their tax rate and levels of service and what they're offering is definitely different, but it's a significant difference to our particular tax rate, which we've been able to keep pretty reasonable.
Through your worship, if I may, I was just adding, they have the same external pressures. We all have equal pressures on cost of fire trucks and that, comparing trucks to pick on our fire department. But fuel costs, insurance and all that. So these graphs, if they change, would likely change minimally.
Any other questions or comments? Seeing none, go ahead.
Thank you. Yeah. So, Councillor Gorell, that's a good segue into the next slide. So the next slide is just to beat the horse of the basic equation when someone receives a tax bill. It's based on your assessment times the tax rate equals your taxes owing. Taxes owing for us as a township that's our levy requirement. So everyone focuses on the tax rate. It's really a byproduct of the levy requirement, which is the net expenses of what we're doing, and the assessment as provided by MPAC, and then it's imputed in the tax rate. So it just kind of goes back to that basic equation. And if or when a new assessment comes in, as Councillor Gorell touched on, any increase, it's how you increase relative to the other properties and the neighbors. It doesn't mean your tax rate or tax bill owing would skyrocket. It's all relative in how you relate to the other properties. But yeah, it's just to reinforce that equation that the tax rate is a byproduct of the levy requirement and the assessment. And then you calculate it. Oh.
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you, while we're beating this horse, many people are of the assumption, and rightfully so, that when impact does kick in, that obviously everybody's evaluations are going to increase typically. Therefore, the taxes. What I think we need to reiterate is the fact that yes, their increase at the same tax rate would increase their taxes, but that's not how it works, right? When the impact kicks in, the evaluation goes up, then we adjust our tax rate according to what our levy requirement is.
Exactly. So if our levy requirement this year is about $13 million, if the phasing came in and the assessment went way up, if that levy requirement is still $13 million, your tax rate's going down. It's just the basic equation of that. So yes, assessment might go up, but it's all about the levy requirement, and then you impute the tax rate. So higher assessment doesn't necessarily equal higher taxes owing.
Right. That was my point to get across, that not just because your assessment goes up doesn't mean your taxes are going to go up, because it's all relative to what we need to operate.
Correct. But the other thing to keep in mind, part of the reason that our budget is formulated the way that people have, obviously the impact assessment, that's what we have to go on until it changes. But also the requirements of the province when it comes to asset management and what we have to put away for reserves, because that adds into that legislation. We had to meet guidelines by June of this year. And then the financial plan guideline, which we've already been well ahead of, have put us in a good position. And that's partially why we're seeing the numbers that we see. So go ahead.
Yeah, next slide. So next slide, there's two big circle charts there. It's just kind of showing the impact on the average household in the township. So again, the average median assessment as provided by impact for a single detached home is $206,000. So that would equal to $1,116 for the year, $93 a month, or $3.06 a day. So that'd be an increase of $76 from last year, or about $6 a month. The one on the table on the left there is kind of high level by department on where that money's going. And the chart on the left there just shows high level where it's going by expenditure type. So how much of every dollar is kind of going to salaries and debt, contribution to capital reserves, et cetera. So overall, this is the proposed 2025 operating. Not going to spend a lot of time on this, as we'll get to it in the departmental slides. But the overall levy requirement there is just under 13 million, again, which is an increase of 954,000 or 8% over last year. And the directors will speak to their departments coming up shortly. I did just want to include this slide. So it's called normalizing the operating changes. So if you look on the table on page 19 is kind of by expense and revenue type. So it shows in there, salaries is up, 11.5%, and insurance, all that type of thing. The normalizing, what that means is it's taking out all the noise. So we took out the external agencies and contribution to capital. You can see on the other side. And the idea is when someone says, oh, our levy's up 8%, how do we get to that 8%? So we're taking out a lot of the one-time things that are covered off from a reserve fund that net to zero on the tax, taking out the building department, which is funded through their own reserves, and taking all that out. So the chart on the right is to show that our levy's up 8%. Well, 3 of that's because of salaries. 2.4 of that 8 is because of the contribution to capital. 1 of that is because of the increase in debt. So it's really to make it crystal clear when you remove all that noise, this is what makes up that 8% increase. So Next, as I mentioned earlier, use of reserve funds is an important part of helping to stabilize the tax rate and the increases and for financial planning. So as constructed, the budget proposed to use 954,500 from reserve funds. Part of that was towards that OPP cost, which will need to be updated now. But overall, this table is just showing 298,000 out of the working fund, the community grant reserve fund 125. That's for the community grant program and the cemetery program. Some special project reserve funds, which are for some one-time initiatives, community improvement plan, and the building permit reserve fund to balance their budget so it doesn't have an impact on the levy requirement. So that's just some high-level reserve funds, which will be touched on throughout the presentation. And to just keep the theme going, the capital reserve funds. So this is the contributions to capital reserve funds proposed for 2025. It's about an 11% increase over last year. And that's part of the capital financial plan of increasing every year. And that'll be touched on in more detail in the capital section. So are there any questions on the overview before we get to the departmental slides?
Any questions about what has been presented so far? Go ahead, Deputy Mayor Fody.
Thank you, Your Worship, through you. Can we get a page reference as you're changing slides so we're not looking while you're speaking?
Yep, for sure.
Or are they the same?
The slides are in your slide deck that you
Right.
received when you got here.
Right.
And then if you're referring to a page in the binder, he's just looking to give them a little bit of time to get to that page.
Right.
So,
The slide numbers?
Yeah, the slide numbers or the budget binder, sorry, not. the budget.
Yeah, the slides coming up in the next section will have the reference on the bottom because they're very specific to the departments.
Okay.
So the next section will be tab 3 of the departments. So I'd start at the beginning of
Okay.
tab 3.
Fair enough. Thank you.
okay. Perfect. So any other questions? We'll move forward with the next part of the budget.
So just one piece before we do get into the departments. So other items for consideration. So this was in the council report. There was a section where we talked about 405 Lyndhurst Road, which was an item of discussion earlier in the year. And we just wanted to bring it back up. Just a thought that it has not been built into the proposed budget due to other pressures and constraints of what we are looking at this year. But we did want to just put it out to council that if there are things that you would like to see added to the budget, just as a reference point for this year, a 1% increase on the township residential tax rate equals $120,000, $120,500, just as a reference point to keep in mind if you are looking to maybe put something in that we haven't included at this time, just as a reference to keep in mind going forward. So we're going to start with external agencies to help our library friends. So overall, external agencies, which makes up of the OPP, CRCA, and the library board, is up about 10% there. That's largely driven by the original 19% increase in the OPP. So I'm not going to keep laboring on the OPP. This table is based on the original bill as provided by the OPP of the just over $2 million, which included that reconciliation from 2023 compared to the prior year. So we have the 3 scenarios before us with the financial relief, and we'll need that direction from council on how they'd like to handle that. CRCA came in at an increase of about $8,700 or just under 5%. I'm not going to speak much on this as they came at the beginning of November to the committee of the whole and provided that presentation to council on their proposed budget. So with that said, I'll turn it over to Cindy, who is the CEO of the library, and she will go through a few library slides.
Thanks for joining us, Cindy.
There we go. I'm going to lower it. It's okay now? Okay. Good afternoon. Thanks for having me to present the library proportion of the 2025 draft budget today. When it comes to budget discussions, we're not only looking ahead, but we're also looking behind to see how far we've come. And I've mentioned during last year's budget presentation that 2024 promised to be a year of empowerment and collaboration. And we were not disappointed. Consistency is something we've also strived for, and this will be instrumental going forward into 2025. Slide 2 of the library budget represents request support, the library's budget request supported by municipal funding, and this is a 5.5 increase over last year, but it's also almost a direct correlation of the line for salaries, benefits, and honorariums. Materials, supplies, and other expenses include slight increases due to inflationary costs, and also represents the leasing expenditure of new photocopier machines. These are all-in-one units, which have the function to offer both black and white and colored copies, scanning options, printing from mobile devices, and faxes. And they are all in place at all 3 branches. This is eliminating multiple units and costly ink cartridges, which consistently need replacement and in some cases are no longer manufactured. So having these units maintains and modernizes the higher level of service the library provides, especially since libraries in rural environments really are the only source available where residents can find and use these services. Technology, which is routinely maintained and updated under a leasing agreement, is a viable way to stay current in the ever-changing trends and needs expected in community hubs, such as libraries. So the next slide showcases our goals, which are in alignment with the soon-to-be-released 2025 and 2028 strategic plan. Our greatest asset actually in the library is our staff. In 2024 introduced 2 new roles, Library Services Coordinator and Technical Support Coordinator. The library staff consists of 12 employees, and 9 of whom are LTI taxpayers. All employees other than myself are part-time, and they have a strong work ethic that surpasses most full-time employees. I'm incredibly proud of their tireless commitment. And this is why training opportunities, compensation reviews are necessary to retain the high level of talent that is abundant in our staff. Staff have been empowered to bring new ideas in the form of programming activities in the library, and they truly take pride in everything they do. 2024 introduced the launch of Spice Club, and I'm delighted to say that we have been shortlisted for the 2025 Angus Mohawk Award in Library Excellence, which recognizes a commitment in the delivery of public library service. The success of our summer reading program also prompted staff to enter the TD Summer Reading Library Awards, and the top prize for this is $8,000 towards children's programming and material. So root for us on that one. We'd like to achieve library accreditation by the end of 2025. Accreditation supports ongoing library development, performance measurements, and public library advocacy in the community. And currently, there are only 36 accredited libraries in Ontario. LTIPL last achieved accreditation status in 2016 and was due for reaccreditation in 2021. 3 transitional years of leadership has definitely delayed this process. And 2023 to 2024 have been years of establishing the current job descriptions, creating multiple library procedures for staff to maintain consistency through the branches, and long overdue since 2020, performance reviews were also conducted. It was a time for filling vacant roles as we continue to promote within. There is an extensive list of requirements to achieve accreditation, and since 2023, staff have been going through the process which will make the library successful. One of the larger tasks is creating accessible space, which sometimes can be hard in our smaller branches. In 2016, shelving heights were in line with accreditation standards. However, current top shelf display is a bit on the high side now. And this brings us to the goal of seeking grant funding to acquire mobile shelves and accessible circulation desk. The library board has already passed motions using reserve funds, which have purchased 2 mobile units this year, and new circulation desks for the Lyndhurst and Sealy's Bay branches are actually arriving next week. Desks for mobile units for Lansdowne are planned to be purchased through grant funding. One of our favorite goals is continuing partnerships opportunities with the community. We've had the pleasure of interacting with some wonderful community groups and organizations for the first time in 2024. And these new partnerships greatly enhance the shared resources we provide for all LTI residents, year-round and seasonal. Our ongoing partnership with the Lansdowne Association for Revitalization resulted in the creation of a barn quilt this year. And we're looking forward to display this and be part of their barn quilt trail. So once finished, the art will just be displayed outside the Lansdowne branch. And in ways, it's a legacy piece for all who have been designing it and painting it. And two of our team volunteers actually commented that they're looking forward to it as they frequent the library, knowing that they played a part in the creation. We'd also like to support a Friends of the Library group, and there's been some discussion from community members on creating a Friends of the Library. This initiative is fully supported by library staff and board members. The process is in the infancy stage at the moment, but just knowing that there is interest provides a great opportunity for library fundraising. So lastly, I'd like to thank you for hearing me present the library goals and accomplishments. It also allows me a moment to reinforce our appreciation for the services and funding the municipality provides. And especially a thank you to township staff who assist us in seamlessly providing these services. Together, we are stronger, creating a unified commitment to our community.
Thank you very much for your presentation, Cindy. Any questions for, go ahead, Councillor Lackey, and then Councillor or Deputy Mayor Fody, did you have your hand up? Yeah, okay.
Thank you, Worship, and through to you. I just had a question and the limited numbers that we have, a bit of volatility in the revenue stream. I just wondered if you could shed some light on some of that. I realize your government grants is government grants, but your other revenue specifically.
Do you want to go back the slide? There we go. Other revenue. So you're questioning the $8,000?
Are you,
Just the pattern, going down.
Going down, well, we're working on that. As I said, there is years of, I'm sorry, through you, your worship.
Go ahead.
As far as obtaining grants and whatnot through the years of transition of leadership and creating our policies and procedures and getting staff on board, we're in the right place. And I'm confident that you'll see a turnaround in 2025.
I actually have a comment to make in that vein. I'm not sure if it's possible, but I think it's worthy of a discussion with administration here about our connection with Grant Match and how they might be able to assist you, if at all, under our contract, because we have access to people who do professional grant writing and they're aware of a lot more of the opportunities rather than dedicating staff time to try to seek those out.
Right.
So I think that there might be some opportunity there, and I see the CAO writing some notes. So perhaps that's a conversation for another day, but Deputy Mayor Fody, go ahead.
Thank you. Excuse me. Thank you, Your Worship, and through you. I must say, I believe I said it last year and I'll say it again. It's a pleasure looking at your numbers when you put them forward. They're easy to cross-reference and comparables. I have to ask the obvious question based on what you indicated. You're receiving deliveries next week for Sealy's Bay and Lyndhurst. It sounds like you feel comfortable that you're going to get the accreditation you're looking for by year end.
Yes, there's just a few little things that we have to do. But we weren't so much ready to do it this year, but we've done a lot of opening of our spaces, maintaining the collection, reaching out to our community groups as well, which requires accreditation. So we're confident.
Sounds great. Thank you.
Any other comments or questions? Go ahead, Councillor Lackey.
Just wondering if they accept donations.
Yep, we'll take it.
Sure they do. Wonderful.
Always bring it up.
And not to be shown up by Councillor Lackey, but thanks. Well, if we had have known that, then maybe we could have a book drive for you to help keep your costs down. That's a great idea.
Yeah.
Any other questions for Cindy? I will thank you and
Yeah.
we will drive forward with the budget and
Great.
I'm sure you'll be made aware how things turn out.
Yes, would you like me to turn this off?
Yes, please. Thank you. So next, Mr. Treasurer.
Thank you. So we'll start,
Oh,
question.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Sorry,
I apologize.
and it's not really a question about external agencies, but the mention of the lender's property was in this section. If I remember, and
It wasn't, it was used as an example. In that if we were to add any additional projects to what the original consideration or what's been circulated as the budget, any additional projects such as the 405 Lyndhurst Road, it would take 120,500 per 1%. So if we had a $500,000 project because you wanted to build a silly slide in Sealy's Bay, that's
I'll-
what it would.
I'll
that's all it would.
I'll raise that later.
Okay.
Yeah, the question I have about the Lyndhurst property, if I may screw up the momentum, is that 120,000 based on an actual estimate of what it's going to take to fix that
Oh.
property, or are we just throwing a number out to,
Through,
because
through
there's
you-
remediation and all kinds of stuff.
Yes, through you, Mayor. Sorry, probably a confusing slide. That 120,000, that's not related to the 405 Lyndhurst. 405 Lyndhurst estimations were starting at 130,000, but that doesn't include remediation and there's a lot of unknowns, so it'd be starting higher. That was the example. The 120 on the slide is just broader in general. 1% equals 120,000. That 120 is not related to 405 Lyndhurst.
Okay,
That was just a poor choice of a photo.
yeah.
I cropped that off Google Maps. I will have.
I'm sure you did.
Very proud of that picture.
But all that to say, if any of us want to get into a spending mode and decide that we need to do a bunch of other projects, 1% per 120,500, that's what it'll cost.
The Ferris wheel wouldn't cost that much more.
The Ferris wheel?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
They
We'll
didn't,
look at that at the end.
Yeah.
So, okay, so if you want to continue on.
Sure, moving on. So this will be page 20 under tab 3, and the departments will follow the chronological order of the binder, ending in external agencies. But so we'll start with taxation and non-departmental, and these are kind of the areas that make up things that we want to keep outside of the different departments' operating budgets. So this is like the taxes, a lot of the reserves, transfers, councils included in this. So overall for taxation and non-departmental, there's an increase of about 299,500, or about a 19% increase over the prior year. So this represents about a 1/3 of the overall levy requirement increase. And this is primarily driven by the increase in the contributions to the capital reserves.
Okay. Councillor Corral, you have a question?
Just a quick kind of a bookkeeping through you, your worship. Phil, when we receive money from the government, I'll use an example. Shared agreements here in Lansdowne, for instance, and the water waste, one of the water, it's a 53% or a 73% that the government kicks in. Does that show up here, or is that a departmental?
That would be in capital, I would think. You're talking about
When the
project.
government gives us that money,
Oh,
where does that show up?
Like through OCIF or OMPF or Fed Gas
I
tax?
guess that's my next question. Let's, again, using the example of the urbanization here in Lansdowne, the government
If we
is
were-
willing to kick in. I can't remember if it was 50%, 53%. Where does that money?
So any of those grants specifically towards that, that would be a capital project. So that would flow through the capital budget. That's not reflected here. What is reflected in this area, there is the flow throughs of the annual OCIF and CCBF, which is the federal gas tax. So we receive those not specifically to a specific project. They do show up here in terms of money received, and then there's a corresponding flow through to the obligatory reserve funds. So those specific ones are net zero impacts on the tax rate. But any grants for specific one-off projects would flow through the capital budget.
The other thing, just to add to the talking, when we're talking about funding from the provincial government, our OMPF funding, so Ontario Municipal
Partnership.
Partnership funding has gone down. Like it went up this year, but it has not returned to what it originally was before the decrease 2 years ago. So I just need to have that on record because it is one of the things that sticks in all of our craws when we go to Roma and AMO, because OMPF funding was always supposed to be stable funding for municipalities to count on to help fund ongoing obligations to provide services. And 2 years ago it got chopped, and this year it came up, but it's still not up to what it used to be. Is that a fair assessment?
Yep.
Okay. So just there's my little dig.
So this kind of just shows the different areas that make up taxation and non-departmental and how they each add up to that $299,000 increase, which is primarily made up through the capital reserve contributions, as well as an increase in the debt servicing that's proposed to come online. You can see there that's up $400,000. And then we have some savings in a couple other areas with the OMPF increase, as I'll touch on in just a little bit. So some of the key revenue and operating expenses that you see in here, I'm not going to go through all of them, but they're on the slide there. So this is the area where the casino revenue comes in, and I'm going to touch on that in just a little bit. You can see our OMPF grant there. It's just over $1 million a year we receive, contribution to capital. This is where we flow through reserve fund contributions to like the community grant reserve, our tax stabilization reserve, things of that nature. The casino tax levy comes through here. That's the amount of the 50% of the levy we receive in property tax income from the casino property we, per agreement, provide to Gananoque. So that expense is included in this non-departmental. And then there's the CCBF Fed gas tax and the OCIF grants. So those are the amounts we're receiving this year, and those just flow through to reserves. So we receive the money, recognize the money, and then immediately transfer it to a reserve. So there's no impact on the net operating budget because those reserves are specifically used for capital projects.
Questions? Okay, keep going.
So some of the big changes, key operating changes in taxation and non-departmental, touched on it a few times already, but about a $290,000 increase to the contribution to capital reserve funds. Debt payments are proposed to go up $110,000. And this is for about half the year of the new fire hall debt coming online this year. The next one is the net impact of the casino revenue and transfer to special projects reserve. So this is a continuation of where we're trying to get the casino revenue to become tax rate neutral, as the pandemic kind of showed us in years when that revenue falls off. We can't be relying on that for our operating expenses of the township. So we're slowly over time trying to get it so to be similar to like the OCIF or CCBF, where we receive the revenue and it flows, whether it's into capital reserves or special projects reserves for things like that. So last year, the net impact between the special projects reserve and the casino revenue was about $650,000. This year, that's down to $625,000. We would have liked to be a little more aggressive with it. But I think everyone can appreciate with all the pressures we're facing and coming in at a 7.3% proposed tax rate increase, we lowered our expectations on that, but we still wanted to provide momentum towards getting to that neutrality. So it's gone down 25,000 this year. Depending on where we sit in coming years and what pressures in those particular years, we could get more aggressive about achieving that neutrality sooner. But that's kind of the continuation of that. You can see our OMPF money went up $46,800 this year. That was a nice surprise. Wasn't expecting it, but you take the wins where you get them. And then under taxation, I've lowered the write-off expense by $50,000 for 2025. So normally every year we budget an extra $100,000 in supplemental income and then $100,000 in potential write-offs. And that's usually through requests for reconsideration through MPAC assessments, things like that. If you want to call it a positive of the phase in the freeze for the last 5 years, is that there's a lot less write-offs because there's a lot less requests for reconsideration because most people have had their assessments frozen now for 5 years at 2016 levels. So most people, you see the decline where we're not having to make those adjustments in year. It's kind of a byproduct. So with all the pressures this year, we thought for budget purposes, that helps us to help stabilize the tax rate increase. We lowered that 50,000. And that's really in line with about the last 4-year averages being around that 40,000 number. So it's really bringing that budget in line with that. In the future, if a new phasing comes into effect, we'd probably have to raise it back up because we would expect a lot more requests for reconsiderations when that happens. So just to kind of explain that. And then
Any additional questions? Okay, well, we'll just keep on trucking.
throw it over to our CAO there to talk about CAO, clerk, and HR department.
Thank you, Worship, and through you. I am tab 3, page 22 now. The CAO, clerk, and HR department, other than the obvious what we cover, we also administer council, look after elections, health and safety, emergency preparedness, livestock and fence viewers, and the administration of the cemeteries for which the township is responsible. Overall, the department budget has decreased this year by almost 8%, 7.7%. So that slide just shows where we're at. For some key takeaways, elections, we continue to transfer 12,500 to reserves. So we're building up our election fund so that for the 2026 election, we'll be in good shape to fund that. Health and safety, we've increased this year by $5,500. That is primarily for us to roll out 2 sessions for staff, a morning session and afternoon session on workplace violence and harassment training. We decreased the emergency preparedness budget from $3,800 to $500. That basically is, last year we were topping up our supplies for our emergency operations center, and we're in good shape now. Everything's been updated, so we've just dialed back that budget to $500. If there is an actual emergency, funding will come to council eventually. We'll deal with what we need to deal with as an emergency, but then we will come back with an accounting from council, and it'll probably come out of reserve fund and assistance from the province if it's a big enough emergency. Livestock, we've increased the budget slightly to reflect what's actually happening. Last year we had budgeted for livestock kills $12,000. The actual to November 30th is now $14,000. So we decided to up the livestock kill budget for compensation for kills to $15,000, and we added another $2,000 for administration for evaluator fees and such. Lastly, the cemeteries budget, we've increased $8,400 primarily for contracted jobs and for allocation of salaries and benefits for tied up with the administration, time to administer the cemeteries. I think that's kind of it on this slide. Just some of the strategic initiatives that we just want to draw attention to. we do have $25,000 coming from a reserve fund for the cemetery grant program. There's money available to assist the small independent cemeteries with upkeep and maintenance, and we see uptake on it. We'd like to see more. In-house, we will be focusing again on administrative policies and procedures, continuing to review and update and address areas that are in need. And that goes for our HR policies and procedures. I think through the year, council has seen several HR policies coming through. It's a good exercise just to get them up to date, to be in line with best practices and make sure that we're current with legislation. Some key operating changes that we've seen in the department. Our insurance allocation has gone down, and this is just to correct how insurance costs were allocated. At one point, insurance was just allocated to the CAO department. Now we've got a better understanding of our insurance costs, and Phil and his team are allocating them a little more accurately than just under the CAO's umbrella. So that's led to a decrease of $33,800. Contracted services budget has gone down by $32,500. The 2025 budget is now $7,500 for contracted services. The reason for the decrease, last year we pumped it up to do our Indigenous land acknowledgement, communication, Indigenous consultation communication protocol, and also Indigenous awareness training for all staff in the township. That expense is out of the way, so we're returning our contracted services down. Solicitor expense has also gone down 25,000. I had bumped it up in 2024 because it was a collective bargaining renegotiation year. And so I wanted to have a cushion for additional legal expenses for that. We are currently, the contract negotiations are still ongoing. I'm hoping that we are coming to a close. I felt comfortable dialing the solicitor expenses back to our normal level. I've reduced the CAO contingency fund by half to $10,000. Just I was finding I wasn't really using it anyway, so it's just a cushion for the unexpected to have that $10,000. And lastly, as I touched upon previously, we've got $6,500 for contracted services. That's part of that $8,400, that increase in cemeteries. And that's kind of the high points.
Questions for the CAO?
Brenda. has
Oh,
one.
pardon me. Yes, if you'd like to come to the podium so that people at home can hear your. Sorry, it's because nobody at home can hear you if they're watching.
What are fence viewers?
Well, that's a great question.
That is a great question. So, we are blessed with an abundance of rural property. And of course, the way to delineate who owns what are by fences. Whenever there is a dispute between landowners regarding fence lines, we have people who are appointed in the township as official fence viewers, and they can go and view the fence if something's not being kept in good repair, or if there is a dispute otherwise to the care and maintenance. They can go and mediate essentially, and I think come up with a final decision on the fence, right?
Yeah, that's exactly what they do. It's a good question because not everybody would know what a fence viewer would be required to do. But the other thing that should be known for clarity, it does not apply within settlement areas. Fence viewers do not do any work with disputes on in the village lot, whether it be Lyndhurst, Sealy's Bay, Lansdowne, Ivy Lee. It's only on rural property. Okay. Is that correct, Madam Planner? I thought we had a conversation about that. That's why I was looking at you, but
It is an excellent question. Since I've been here, we've had one fence viewer requirement, and we were scrambling around when it came in to figure out what the fence viewer does. So it's not a common thing.
Yeah, go ahead, Deputy Mayor Fode.
Excuse me, thank you, your worship, through you. I think the common misunderstanding by new landowners in rural areas is that they don't own livestock, therefore they don't have to fence. That is not true. They would have to maintain their half of the fence if they didn't own any livestock. And often in the new world, that's where the dispute begins.
And that's why we have fence viewers. So hopefully that provides a good enough explanation. Any other questions? Oh, sorry, Councillor Corral, go ahead.
Thank you, through you, your worship. I'm not sure that this is specific to the department
Okay.
presentation we just made, but it might be an appropriate time to talk about it. And it's expenses under salaries and benefits. I have to be very careful here because we were presented with a report in camera from Gallagher, I believe, and Company. That report, I believe, and it dealt with, if you will remember, bands and steps. And the recommendations were, we listened carefully, and my recollection is we said, good, we're good with that. It put us in the top end, and I'm treading carefully here because I'm not going to say any numbers, because only through council can I bring those numbers to a public meeting. Otherwise, we're going in camera to talk about this, or you'd have to. So my question is, one of the recommendations out of that was that the newly suggested situation be implemented for January 1, 2024. So that's a few months ago. First question would be, number one, did it get implemented? Or are we, because the numbers aren't jiving here. And again, I have to tread carefully. The numbers aren't the same. So I don't know how to approach this without having the integrity commissioner up my bum.
So
I mean,
think-
I could read numbers, but I'm not gonna.
Okay.
But they're not the same. Okay. And we approved it. We said, okay, that's all reasonable. The report was extensive. And again, it was the bands, everybody got not moved, but everybody was adjusted. And so were the steps. Remember, we went from X steps to X steps. Those were pretty significant increases. And so where I'm going with this, is this increase on increase, or is this, where do these increases start? Is it 2023 numbers, or is it January 2024 numbers?
Go ahead,
A
Mr.
very
Commissioner.
sensitive area, and I'm not going to say anything more, but the numbers don't coordinate.
Through you, Mayor, I'll best answer it with respect to the numbers. That compensation grid was implemented retro back effective to Jan 1. What's showing in here is there was some built into the 2024 budget
Okay.
numbers, sorry, 2024 budget, but it wasn't completely built into the approved budget at the time, because at the time we didn't know what the compensation plan was going to be. So the number that's in that chart is showing is that when you look at it from a budget number, we're comparing this year's budget number to 2024's budget number. They didn't have the full compensation plan in the 2024 budget number at the time in December of 2023. So
Because we approved it before that was done. I know it's all about timing. I see where Councillor Corral is going with this.
the compensation review was approved after budget was approved.
Yeah.
Is it March?
March,
April,
March,
April.
April. Yeah.
Yes. So that compensation review with the change in we didn't have any of that at the time of the 24 budget in December. So now when you're doing the 25 budget numbers, it'd be similar to like, I'd say it's kind of the reverse, but it's similar to like the insurance increase this year. I based it on 10% of last year's actuals. But if you look in the overall, it says insurance is only up 8%. That's because last year's budget number was budgeted at 15%. It actually came in lower. So this year, when I do the 10% actual, we kind of already had a bit of room because if you want to say we over budgeted or we conservatively budgeted. So when you're comparing the budget numbers, it's not always, this is recognizing the change in the budget numbers, not necessarily, but that comp review was approved after the budget.
So it's almost like the OPP reconciliation, essentially.
Yeah, so going forward now, the full effects of that compensation review are built into the budget numbers going forward. So you won't see that same change, but this is the first budget year that has that review fully baked into it. If that makes sense.
Because we estimated for 2024.
We estimated for 2024.
At the
because we
risk
didn't
of
have the
sounding dumb as a
results.
hammer, which I'm good at. Very confusing to me, frankly. So when the public reads that and they see increases of 4%, you're suggesting that the 2023, the budget was drawn, and then we had the review, and that this is a catch-up. So is this additional? Is that percentage, I'm reading on page, by the way, if you want to know, I'm on page 12
Page
of the
12.
binder.
The 4% on page 12.
Yes.
That is, so every year, those grids get adjusted on with council's approval. You adjust those grids. So
I guess that's my confusion. I
Yes.
thought that we did that adjustment in April with
Yeah.
the Gallagher report.
yeah, we adjusted the grids and the steps.
Yeah.
And that was effective for Jan 1 of 2024. And then going forward every year, you do a proposed.
So already
Okay.
we're talking an additional 4%
Well, there would be,
in that step.
that would be the annual adjustment to the grid. The grid doesn't
It
stay
was a
static
pretty
in
fair
time.
adjustment in April. I thought, I can't pursue this any further. I'm going to get in trouble with the integrity commissioner. So
Sure.
thank you.
But
The adjustment in any adjustments in April, that was a market rate study to put us in a place and time at a targeted, I believe at the time we were trying to be in the 60th percentile for wages. So that's a place and time. And then you still adjust it on an annual go forward basis.
with the inflationary.
If you want to call it
Or cost of
inflation or
living or
COLA,
whatever you wanna
whatever
call
you
it.
want to call it. I don't want to get into
I
term
know.
names, but yes. So going forward every year, that gets adjusted.
So
Okay. So what I might suggest is when we go on break, if you wanted to have a offline chat, just to, I'm understanding it. Obviously, you're struggling, which I get it, and you don't want to say something you shouldn't in order to get us in some hot water, which none of us want to do. But I don't want anybody to go away not understanding it. So I'm going to go over to Deputy Mayor Fody for the time being.
Thank you, Your Worship, and through you. Phil, just based on what you were explaining to Councillor Gorell, the way I'm interpreting it, this number here is the forecasted budget for 2025, including the retroactive for 2024 that wasn't yet established. Is that right?
Through your Mayor. No, that's not correct. So
Okay.
this is 2025's budget, but part of the increase in this year's budget, and if you look in that table, it says 57,400 related to the 24 compensation review. So part of that review is not all positions. Some positions changed bands, and we did some permanent base changes based on steps. So some old positions that might have already been at a step 5 replaced in a new band, and now they're at step 1, so they have more room to grow. So there's changes of that. So that 57,000, that reflects the net impact of making adjustments specifically to our pre-compensation review, pay grid and bands. Going forward in that chart, the top number there, that 263, that's the impact in 2025's budget of people moving steps and the annual increase combined.
So you're saying it could happen again?
Well, every year the grid is going to be, I shouldn't say every year, but council's approval, you could freeze it if you want to freeze salaries. Every year the grid gets adjusted, call it a COLA, call it inflation, annual increase, whatever you want to call it. The grid gets adjusted every year, and that's what you see.
I've got the CAO wanting to
The
add
the
something.
bands and the steps won't change.
Oh, I
Like
realize
the
that.
steps get adjusted by the annual inflation, but the bands, positions aren't changing different bands.
Right.
So I'm gonna let the CAO. answer.
So, think about it, the way we've been doing it before this compensation review, forget the compensation review for now. Each year, we would come to council and recommend an annual economic adjustment as part of the budget for staff salaries, right? 1%, 2%. Last few years has been 1%. We did the compensation review. And they looked at all the non-union salaries and what was being paid. And there were a few that needed to be adjusted up. There were a few, case in point me, that didn't experience any sort of change at all, right? The total cost of the compensation review in terms of salary over that was $57,000. Not everybody got a raise, okay? That put us in the 60th percentile or wherever we were as an employer, which we wanted to be competitive and continue to attract people and retain our talented people. So that's done. Now, this 4% that we're proposing under this year, it's like our 1% last year. The grids are all set. Now we're proposing that for 2025, staff get a 4% increase.
Okay, if I may, through your worship, that was for the pay, but then the benefits kick in on top of that, correct?
So of course we offer benefits, dental,
Right.
all that sort of stuff. Our costs on benefits have gone up this year 11.5%.
I saw that.
It's not that it's just the benefit package that we supply. It's costing us 11.5%.
And just to speak on the benefits, part of that increase isn't just our Sun Life benefits. Sun Life benefits went up about 7%. The other increase, what we call benefits, would be statutory benefits. So that's like the employer CPP,
Right.
employer EI, employer EHT, and the employer's contribution to OMER. So that's not, that entire benefits increase isn't strictly just our health and dental and stuff. It is those CPP, EI, OMERs, things of that nature as well. That's all rolled into what we call benefits.
Well, thank you. While we're on the subject, if you don't mind, through you, your worship, the dental alone has gone up 21 and 20 respectively in 2 years. That's significant. Is that to be expected as well, or have they given explanation?
That would be reflective of the people that are using our policy. It's pretty, I would say it's not unique to us. You see that pretty much in most benefit packages. Dental is an area that gets heavy use and heavy claims, and that gets reflected in the rates, frankly. So it's not unique to us to see those increases in dental.
Okay. Excuse me. Thank you.
But I would, and I'll recognize Councillor Jameson, but I would still encourage Councillor Rell to have a side conversation where you could speak more freely without having to, break any confidences from in cameras, because I don't want to miss that opportunity. Go ahead.
The only comment I want to make is in the context of as granular as one can be in this context. I looked at the number overall and all the other pressures from benefits and everything else. And I looked at the number against $6.4 million salaries base. And I wasn't taken aback by it. I just think the combination of steps and increases here and there are going to bring us to this point. So I'm not surprised it's raised, and I appreciate it's been raised. But I think going forward, we're probably seeing as fair a response to the matrix we put in place as we're probably going to see in any situation. Thank you.
Okay. Further comments or questions in regards to this part of the budget? Seeing none, we'll move forward. Corporate services.
Thank you, Mayor. So corporate services is made up of finance, IT, and communications and community engagement. I'll note just one change for this year. Last year, recreation would have been part of this group. As part of the new dedicated position, we kind of realigned that, and recreation's now included under operations and infrastructure, which Director Holiday will speak to later. So overall, corporate services is up about $35,000 or about 4.6% from last year. That's largely driven by decreased revenue in the finance department, which I'll speak on in just a little bit, and that's partially offset through some decreases in IT. So just some strategic initiatives amongst corporate services. There is $30,000 included in 2025 for the next asset management plan update. So there is another update per the OREG that's required for 2025. This is the final upgrade. And the one in 2025 specifically relates to levels of service and to bring a much more fulsome, comprehensive financial plan as part of the asset management. They really want to button that up a bit. So again, that's funded through the Special Projects Reserve. Going forward after 2025, the regulation just calls for annual updates. And I'll just mention again, the importance of having good up-to-date asset management plan helps us with our capital financial planning, but it is also a requirement under the OREG, and all grant funding, whether provincial or federal, requires us to submit a copy of our AMP with it. So senior levels of government are definitely looking at that to demonstrate our need when they are considering us for grants. Similar to CAO clerk, in-house financial policies and procedures. There are a number that we continue to review and update. Not to make it about me, but I've been through one full cycle now with the township, including a year end. So there are a lot of procedures that we can bring some efficiency. Some ideas would be, there are some updates to the reserve fund policy we like to bring and our tax collection policy. So we will be looking to bring some of that in 2025. Try not to butcher the next one. Well, Tom's here if you have questions, but $7,000 for multi-factor authentication. So this is a licensing that is required by for our cyber insurance. So it is something that cyber insurance requires the township to have. And really from a risk point of view, from the end user's point of view, we're going to need more than just a password in order to access our Microsoft services. So think your Teams, your Outlook, your OneDrive. So anytime you're outside this township building and not on our internal network here, there'll be the password, but there's also going to be an authenticator. And as I mentioned, cyber insurance carriers demand it. So when we submit for our cyber insurance renewal every year, we have to check a box saying we have this or we aren't in compliance. So it's important we get this. The annual fee is about $7,000. And it's a really good protection because it really protects us from particularly any threats outside of the country. Wayfinding signs. So this is under the community engagement, economic development. This was actually a project that was started as part of a joint RED grant in 2022 with Gananoque in front of Young. And it's been a really important initiative that we hear a lot about with our peer partnership with those groups. Can't speak to the past, but LTI, we never really finished our part of that grant project. So we actually have a credit on file with a sign company and a welding company for the post. So we've proposed to add, we will need some more money because things are more expensive than 3 years ago and possibly some more signs. We proposed $15,000 in addition to the credits to really once and for all finish the wayfinding project in 2025. And that's proposed to be funded through the Special Projects Reserve Fund as well. And then finally, next year, we have $10,000 budgeted, also coming from the Special Project Reserve Fund to start preparing for 2026, which will be the 25th anniversary of the amalgamated township, believe it or not. So as part of that, it wouldn't be a permanent logo change. That's a much bigger endeavor to undertake. But coming up with the 25th anniversary logo, getting some stock, changing, email signatures, and really planning some sort of celebration. So there is a little bit of money in 25 to kind of put those wheels in motion that in 2026 to celebrate the 25 years of TLTI.
I have a question from Councillor Lackey. Go ahead.
Thank you, through you, your worship. Just going into the budget highlights, can you give me a brief explanation of what we're doing with economic development and community engagement? We've got 60, I know these numbers are down. have come down, but I'm just wondering what we're actually using this for.
Yeah, that will come in future slides if you don't mind waiting.
Are you okay to wait on the future slide?
Yeah.
Okay, perfect.
Are there any other questions on the specific strategic initiatives? Okay. Next slide. It'll come after IT, I promise. So the finance budget, overall, the finance operating budget's actually up $125,000 over last year, which seems like a large number. It's largely driven by the deposit interest rate. So as I'm sure we all keep attention to, as the Bank of Canada cuts the key interest rate, that affects the deposit interest rate on the income we earn for our cash held on hand. So that's been going down. So that's reflective in that 125. And I'll touch on some of the other key changes. But some of the key operating revenues, expenses, and finance, there is money there for tax certificates. We do have about $100,000 in deposit interest revenue, penalties and interest on taxes. The office supplies, the main office supply budget for the township flows through the finance department. We have some postage, and then our annual audit fee is about $28,500 for the township. So those are kind of the key revenues and expenses that flow through finance. So some of the key operating changes, the deposit interest is down $80,000 over last year. That reflects the declining rate and also just bringing it more in line with actuals. Penalty and interest on taxes. So one of the side effects of being more diligent in our collection policy is that, and this came up during audit time, our outstanding arrears on taxes owing has decreased. Well, part of that means that then you see a corresponding decrease in the interest and penalties. So it's great to have the money, but you'll be collecting less in interest and penalty revenue. So this budget reflects that decrease. And then the auditor expense, we've decreased $6,500 in this year's budget. The auditor bill is not going down. This is just more reflective of the actual and to bring it in line with the actual of what as per the agreement. And last year's budget also included some extra fees specifically related around to asset retirement obligations and some extra work they had to do that isn't going to be required this year. That's really the changes in finance, if there's any questions.
Any change or any questions for finance? Okay, information technology.
So the IT operating budget is proposed to actually go down about $53,000 decrease in 2025. Some of the key things in IT is software of just under $100,000. That's not all the software in the township. Many departments have very specific software, and those are reflective in their individual department budgets. Overall, for the township, software is at about $196,000 across all departments. In comparison to 2024, if you exclude the purchase of new software, that's up about $36,000. The other things we see in there's consultants and contracted services. That's for things like Covalescence. Did I say it right? I always say it wrong. Which used to be Darktrace. We've switched that brand this year and actually have a savings there. It's about a third the cost of what we were paying previously with Darktrace. So that's a win. That's ITI or Zycom, as most of us would know it, those kinds of expenses. Every year we do budget a $30,000 contribution to the Equipment Reserve Fund, which helps fund IT capital expenditures. We do pay about $9,000 a year in our cyber insurance. And then there's an internal allocation recovery, and that's a recovery that's based on a percentage of the ITI support costs. And then it shows up here and it gets spread amongst all the departments. It's really a net zero overall, but it's a recovery within the IT department. So some of the key operating changes, specifically within the IT department, there's about a $10,000 increase in software licensing expenses. And that really, like I said earlier, just reflects inflation, and these licenses do nothing but go up. Cyber insurance is up slightly from last year. And then the $52,000 decrease in consultants and contracted services So as I mentioned, a good chunk of that, about 20,000 of that is the switch from dark trace over to convalescence. Convalescence is a good chunk of that. The other part of that, it's really a reflection of aligning that budget with our actuals. We're seeing less need for contracted services outside the scope, like specifically ITI, less work outside of the scope of their support agreement. And to me, that's really a reflection of the permanent IT position that council invested in a couple of years ago. You're starting to see that decrease in the contracted services needed because we have a Tom now and we don't need to go out as much. So to me, that's a win. And that's kind of showing that that return on that investment in that position. I would note we are going out for RFP early in the new year for our IT support contract because we are out of contract with ITI. And part of going out with that RFP is going to be new, will be reflective of that new relationship of we have a permanent full-time IT manager here. So what do we need that support agreement to really look like? It's not the same needs that we had 5 years ago when we didn't have a full IT person. So that should be reflective in the new RFP that will go out early in the new year. And that's IT operating.
Any questions for IT operations? Okay, we'll move forward with communications and community engagement.
Right. So next area is communications and community engagement. Overall, it is down about 36,000, and I'll speak to that in a little bit. So this area makes up communications, community grants, which is the flow through of the reserve fund for the community grant program of $100,000. Health services comes in here, and that's doctor benefits. I'll speak to that in a little bit. And then there is economic development, which includes economic development and community engagement, which is down slightly. I'll speak to that. And that's kind of communications and community engagement overall. So some of the key revenue and expenses in here, there's advertising and communications. A good chunk of that makes up the township publication that goes out, makes up a good chunk of that. And then any one-off, whether we do radio and print and that sort of advertising. We do have software licensing costs in communication. The most of that is related to Loomly, which was a software we brought on at the end of 2023, and it really helped to organize all the communication that goes out, and it kind of has all your social media in one area, and you can schedule, and it's a great tool. It's a great bang for the buck. Like I said, there's the $100,000 for the community grant program, the doctor's benefits program, which is about 30,000 this year. There's 12,000 programs and community initiatives. This is under community engagement. So that, I think this year, that would be something like the Seniors Expo that took place in Sealy's Bay. That's where the budget for initiatives such as that comes into play here under community engagement. Includes $13,000 for the admin fees for the community groups per year. That's the annual contribution that's divided between those four groups. It does include the visitor center memo of understanding the agreement we have with them. They presented at the last council of their last year's activities. I would note on that agreement does come up at the end of April. So the expectation is we'll be bringing an updated agreement to council for consideration to renew that agreement. It has been budgeted to go forward in 2025 as we've been doing. And then there's $10,000 as well in advertising and economic development. So some of the key changes. So one of the changes where overall, when you look at it, I'm going to talk on the reorganization one first. So although communications, community engagement looks like it's down 36,000, a good chunk of that is the reorganization of the staff complement. So in prior years, and you'll see the corresponding increase when Dave speaks to his operating budget. So in corresponding years, we had 2 full-time equivalents, and they did communications, economic development, and community engagement, and recreation. So between the 2 of them, when you actually looked at how we allocated their time for budget, combined, it was 80% in communications, 50% in recreation, 70% in communications. That added up to their 200%, we'll say, for the 2 full-time people. Under the new dedicated rec position, there's 100%, so full FTE now in recreation, which Dave will speak to in his budget. And then the full-time equivalent left in this area is split 50% between communications, 50% with community engagement. So you see that overall there's a net decrease in this area. It's no change in FTEs, just how it's allocated. Specifically in communications, there's a slight decrease in advertising, and you see there's a slight increase in software licensing, and that reflects Loomly. For health services, it's down just under 10,000 this year. I don't want anyone to be alarmed. That's not changing. So the township provides benefits. There's 5 doctors. That's not changing. We just did the calculation, and this brings the budget in line with the actuals based on the actual rates we're being charged and the cost of those 5 doctors. And this budget is reflective of that. There's no otherwise change to that. Just so that's clear. Economic development, there's a proposed decrease of 10,000 in advertising. And this again is to bring that advertising budget more in line with actuals. The prior budgets included for some past projects that aren't continuing anymore. So they were reflective of things like the Wayfinder project was built in there, Driftscape, things like that. So they're not in there. There's still budget in there for some new initiatives, but those are kind of falling off. And then there's a slight increase in the program expense of 2,000, and that's really related to community engagement. With the dedicated position in recreation, the offside of that too is that the FTE that's still remaining for communications and community engagement can really focus on some of those things. And we want to build on some of those programs, build off the success of the Seniors Expo and doing community engagement events like that. So that's what that little extra 2,000 in programming expense is, just to beef up the budget to provide those kinds of opportunities in the township. And those are the key changes. So
Can I just go
Yep.
to Councillor Lackey to make sure that his questions were answered? Perfect. That was easy. Sorry to interrupt you, Phil. I just wanted to make sure we didn't go past it. So you can go now.
yes, so part of the budget and the economic development, so that does include the money for the visitor center for that agreement. There is $10,000 in there for advertising. So some of the ideas and the new initiatives would be things that we've seen successful in other townships. One thing that was brought up is like, you see these 25 things to do in TLTI, or like it's pushing those kinds of initiatives specifically to us. So that's what that advertising budget is for. It's more of those kind of tourism dollars. This is where there is money for the wayfinding sign project is included in this budget. Now that's in and out with the reserve fund, but that's where that budget lives as well, is finishing and completing that wayfinding project. And then, like I said, down in the community engagement side of it, that's where you see the peer and then the website costs, as well as the community well-being or Seniors Expo, those kinds of events. So it's really establishing those programs. And there really is going to be a focus more in 2025 on building on that.
Any other questions? Okay. Next is fire services, I guess. So what we'll do is we'll get through fire services and then we'll probably take a break if everybody's okay to hang on. Okay.
Thank you, and through your worship. Fire services this past year, we've been working hard to get our numbers up for volunteer firefighters. Part of the fire master plan was to try to have 100 volunteer firefighters. We've reached 95 2 or 3 times, and then we lose a couple, and then we gain a couple, and we lose a couple. So we're still working hard to bring those up. We've changed a little bit on that this year, where we've kind of changed our way we bring them in. We're bringing them in and letting them try out a little bit. And that works well for us because we're having them come and do some training, but they're not being certified until we're sure that we want the people in there, and they're kind of a good match for us. So we're at a good shape on that. So we've been very busy, especially in the last month, as you've seen in my weekly reports. So getting to the budget, I just wanted to give a little heads up on where we're at on that staffing end of things. With the operating budget for 2025, you'll see an increase of about $42,700, which makes up 3.5%. of that. And we'll talk as we go through about why that looks that way. As you can see on the budget, second slide, we've got a couple of increases with fire prevention. Fleet maintenance is obviously up. We've had a number of bigger breakdowns on trucks, and a lot of our fleet is aging, as you know. So the fixing them is quite costly. Fire training center has been up a little bit as well, just with a few repairs to some pieces of equipment, and the gross expenditures show higher because we've been busier as well. That doesn't show the revenue on that part as well. So we've had higher expenditures because we've been doing more courses out there. But they've, as you'll see in later slides, you'll see where we're making up that as well. Next slide, please. So some of the strategic initiatives and the key operating changes for this year. Fire Pro 2, which we acquired in 2024. It's in process of being put in. We're hoping 1st of January, first couple of months of 2025, we can implement it and go live. There's a lot of back-end work in that to try to build that program into meet Leeds Thousand Islands with properties, and we're working with finance and IT to try to make those back-end pieces work well. When we go live, we'll have, if we show up in an address, it'll branch out so that there's access there for planning and building as well. If there's something that comes up that we can work towards together on that'll hopefully work very well together. So we're hoping, we're excited to get that underway early 2025. Ongoing, as always, is our standard operating guideline update. Every time we go to work on those, we get inundated with something else. So we've been constantly trying to upgrade those because some of those were done a number of years ago, and we've made several changes since then. The only other change we have, you'll see this in the special projects fund, is we're looking for $10,000 to go towards a fire service review, which is just a review of the staffing we have. Being at 100 firefighters, the amount of training that we have to have and the amount of volunteer time that we put in, or the volunteers put in for the training is definitely up, which also means the organization of that is up. Without a dedicated training person in that's all back to the volunteers, which is taking a lot of their time away from home as well. So we're just looking to put together a review to see where we sit in the number of full-time staff we have. Some of the 2025 key revenue and operating expenses we've had, looking at $373,000 in volunteer firefighter salaries for 2025, $65,000 in training and development. On that training and development, we had an officers meeting last night, and we're down to currently, without the newest of recruits, we've got 4 people that are not certified to Fire One out of 985 people. So we're doing very well on that. This year, I'll talk a little bit more about training center in a minute, but the training center has changed how we're laying out our courses. We're not doing any Ontario Fire College courses for Fire 1 or 2 this year, because what we found last in 2024 is we only had 1 person signed up for the Fire 1 course. So that to me is a good thing, because it means the firefighters around this area are up to that standard, and our folks are as well. So we can still run our own internal Fire Ones that we can put out to other municipalities if we need to fill those classes. But we've changed it now, so it's more officer related courses and fire prevention courses. So that training and development is still up there because we still have to meet the regulations for 2025 or 2026 and 2028. Also, insurance levels rates are higher as well. They're up to 86.4 is what our estimated amount on that. 38,000 for our agreement with Front of Young on that coverage area. 75,000 in protective equipment and tools. That is different than our capital ask. That's just our day-to-day little pieces that we need that don't meet that capital expense. rate. And once again, 118 for fuel and fleet maintenance. It's we would never actually allocated the fuel out of all the fuel that we took from this yard was just came out of the large fund. So we've now started to allocate over the last year that fire department fuel coming out of that budget. So that's where that increase comes from. A few other key operating changes for us with the addition of the fire prevention officer. We've increased our fire infraction fees. We've got them up $5,000 this past year. That's not including a large one that we've just put together for 2024 that will go out. Volunteer firefighter salary expense is up about $13,000, and that's based on the calls and call hours and numbers and the amount of training that they've been going on. Insurance is up 14,500. Turnout gear cleaning and repair is up 11,000. That's just it's gone up because the price to do it has gone up, and we've been able to now rotate all our gear into a yearly commitment with Santa Gear. They have to do a yearly hydrostatic test on that to make sure it's compliant. So we have to send that every piece of gear has to go out once a year. When it doesn't go out, it gets cleaned at our own area here at Station 1 currently. And we also have an increase of 19,000 in fuel as that expense and maintenance, fleet maintenance, sorry. The Regional Training Center for 2025, we are looking at about a 49,400 impact of the net levy. The 2024, if you look at that, the actual right now is showing about 41,000 or about 40,600 in being ahead, but we haven't actually taken those wages the full-time wages out of that yet. So 2023 was $630 is what it cost to run the training center. And we're looking at with increasing our income and revenue that we're hoping that they balance out again this year fairly close. So that's that one. Any questions on that?
Questions for the fire chief? Go ahead, Councillor Lackey. And then
Thank
Deputy
you,
Mayor
Worship,
Cody.
and through to you. A lot of this is self-explanatory just on different pages, but your material supplies and other expenses. I can see your 118,000, which you've got over here for fuel and fleet. Your fire training, under fire itself is 237,000. I see that as your kind of your slushy fund, your slush fund. Can you just sort of ballpark what some of these may be? Because obviously they're not capital or they wouldn't be in here.
So if we have a gas monitor detector that is at end of life or suddenly breaks, or a radio that falls in the lake, we have to replace those to try to keep those numbers up. So we take those out of that area, or things such as traffic vests, replacement of those, or getting those up to a proper complement so our firefighters are safe on the side of the highway. That's basically the smaller stuff that you're not buying $100,000 worth of boots, or boots and other wares fall under those PPE and other sections.
Through you, the only reason I ask is that you're looking at almost $250,000 in material supplies and other expenses.
1 second.
Okay,
You've got 17,000 for fire. That's on 2032. 17,000 for fire prevention. Your 118,000 is under your fleet maintenance. Fire training is 99.2. But under fire itself, which is a fairly vague, you're 237,000. And that is under material supplies and other expenses.
you're talking about page 32, right?
Yes.
Okay. Just give me 1 second. So Things such as like under supplies would be bottled water that goes into the fire stations, so we hydrate during fire calls. Small tools for different stations. Gas calibration monitor. We have six monitor units that we use for CO calls and gas monitoring. That all falls under those. The supplies and materials is basically the catch-all we have, because I can't have that many different breakdowns of different areas. So that's why that with 4 stations and all of the small pieces of equipment, that's where all of that comes in. Phil.
I apologize, Treasurer.
Yeah, just to provide some clarity on that. So about a quarter of that, about 118,000 is the fuel and truck maintenance specifically. About another quarter of that, 417, about 100,000 is materials and supplies related to the fire training center, which are for the most part made up through the fees charged for that center. That's about 220 of the of that 417, if that provides a little more context as well. And then the other part is in general fire is those things like the miscellaneous equipment, those things that don't meet the capital threshold. So typically our capital threshold is $5,000 for individual pieces of equipment. So it'd be for a lot of those pieces of equipment that fall in under that.
Does that help clarify?
Somewhat. It's just, like I said, we're looking at 2% right there on that one.
One
So,
line.
Again, on the same page, 32.
On
We
the
had the explanation of the 118. We have the explanation of the 99.2, which is fire training. 118 is fleet maintenance. We have 17,000 for fire prevention, but we have 237,000 just under fire.
Through your worship, I have my spreadsheet. I'm trying to pull up pieces off of that, which I can show the counselor if he'd like when we break. It's with 4 stations and 16 trucks. All of those trucks all have various pieces of equipment on them that don't fall under that threshold. So that all of those materials and items fall into that when we go to repurchase or repair those pieces.
So you have a spreadsheet that's more detailed that you can share with the counselor at
Yeah.
break? Okay. And Mr. Treasurer?
Yeah, I would just say, and for that area overall in fire, it's up about 54,000 over last year, and about half that increase is directly related to fuel, and the truck maintenance is about 20,000 of that $54,000 increase, and that was bringing in line, especially the fuel, into the actuals. Up until a couple of years ago, fuel wasn't actually budgeted within the fleet maintenance of fire; it was buried in other departments. We brought it over. We have a couple years of actuals now. So part of that increase is to bring that budget in line with the couple of years of history we have now of how much fuel the fire department's actually using for their trucks.
Okay. Any additional? Go ahead, Councillor Kelman.
Thank you, Worship, and through you. Chief, who's going to conduct the review?
Through your worship, we haven't decided that. We're going to put that out more as an RFP so we can see that it may not be fulfilled. Like, we'll put the request out for that. We had looked at how we could make that happen in this past year with budget, but we didn't have the budget to do it. So we decided we look at trying to put something out as a request for proposal to find a company to take care of that.
Any, sorry, Deputy Mayor Fody.
Thank you, Your Worship, and through you to the chief. With most fleets, it's fuel, maintenance, and tires in that order for cost. Do tires fall under somewhat of this materials that aren't specified, or do you have much of an issue with tires? You don't put on a lot of miles as compared to say a highway fleet.
Through your worship, and sometimes that's a huge problem, right? Those tires sit for a long time on some of the second run trucks. And because we don't do a lot of kilometers during the year, those tires age out. So we had some tires that failed this past year just due to their age.
So they would, you're
They'd
saying
fall-
they
They'd
would,
fall under the fleet maintenance end of it. And
okay.
yeah,
Because as you well know, tires are seriously expensive now. My question initially was, your maintenance in general, is it done in-house or does it depend on the, like, what percentage would be done in-house here? I guess is what I'm really asking.
through your worship, we try to use the in-house mechanic as much as we can, but with all of the operations fleet and our fleet and the other trucks within, it's kind of a time thing. And for us, when our trucks go out of service, we need them back quickly. On the smaller things, some of the safeties, oil changes, tire changes, we use the in-house mechanic as much as we can. Lots of times we'll have the in-house mechanic come and just diagnose what they feel is going on with the truck, and then we'll send it out after that. But definitely use them at least twice a week for a lot of different trucks, just to be what a percentage I wouldn't really have, but we pay into that salary on a certain percent just so we can have that access.
Okay, thank you.
Just as an aside, I questioned one of the expenses that came through on the reports that I get weekly, because we sent a truck out for an oil change, but also an alignment. And I was like, why are we not doing that in-house? We have an in-house mechanic. And then I was educated by our mechanic to say he'd be glad to see us buy a $50,000 alignment machine, but probably not worth it. So there are specific circumstances make sense to send it.
Excuse me, just as an aside, the last one most recently purchased regionally was 92,000. That would bring you up to the most modern style.
Right. Counselor, maybe go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and through you, just leaning back on that, materials, supplies, and other expenses, 237 when divided over 4 stations is about 50,000 plus. And when you take in the marine services, the half-ton trucks, the full-size trucks, the hoses, gloves, zip ties, water bottles, all that stuff, I can see that adding up very quickly. So I don't see that really out of line for the number of facilities we're trying to accommodate and feed all the trucks to the material that does get used up at a incident of any description.
Any further comments or questions about fire services? Okay, so we'll move forward, and that is with planning, but we'll take a break prior to planning, if you don't mind. So 10 minutes. Return at We just need Counselor Jameson, return to your seat, please. Report to the office. So we'll return to our budget deliberations, and we are currently at the planning and development part of the agenda, or sorry, of the budget binder, which is page 35. So Ms. Venditti?
Planning and development, as you know, consists of bylaw enforcement and education, planning, committee of adjustment, the heritage committee, and building. Next slide, please. So our budget overall for the department for the year, a very minor increase of 0.4%, equating to $1,700. So overall, in looking at it, from a bylaw enforcement perspective, the budget has gone up approximately $5,000 this year. For dogs, the main change there is that our pound contract has increased this year. So that corresponding budget line has increased to cover our pound contract for the year. With respect to planning, everything is generally the same. The overall, it has decreased. Our gross expenditures have decreased this year because last year's budget included software purchase for Citywide. So we've been working on the implementation of Citywide in planning. We're hoping to go live with that one early in the new year. We've been working towards it in designing the system, but we're not quite ready to flip the switch on that one yet. The other thing is there is an increase in expenditures for civic addressing. Given the increased number of blades and posts, we just needed to increase our budget line a little bit more to be getting more blades and more numbers and that type of thing. So that is also offset by the revenues that come in. So in the end, that line is revenue neutral. So generally the planning budget is, and there's a 9% difference from last year. With respect to committee of adjustment, there is a minor increase in terms of our costs for committee of adjustment. I'd point out that both committee of an adjustment and heritage committee, those are just operating budgets for the committee. So in the committee of adjustment, the costs have increased this year because we've increased the honorarium somewhat, as well as the mileage to cover the additional costs of the applications coming in. In terms of the heritage committee, what has changed there this year is we've proposed to pull $10,000 to fund the Heritage Celebration grants through a reserve fund, through the existing reserve fund, rather than topping it up with a new $10,000, because we haven't issued that many grants in the last few years. So the reserve fund has built up to a level where we can draw from that rather than drawing a new $10,000. In terms of the building budget, the main difference in our department is in that budget this year, that being the proposed addition of a summer student. Other than that, everything is pretty much the same. Again, last year, the building budget included purchase of the Citywide software, which again, we're very close to going live with that one, and the implementation will take place over 2025. So in terms of strategic initiatives for this year, I've included $75,000 in the planning budget to move ahead with a new zoning bylaw and new mapping. That will also include associated official plan updates. If you recall, in the 2024 budget, I had included $75,000 with the intent that there would be an additional $75,000 included for this year. That project was put on hold last year. We just didn't have the capacity to move it ahead. So I'm proposing to move it ahead in 2025. It's also a good thing that we didn't move it ahead, because with the number of changes that came down from the province over the course of this year, we would have been going through the whole exercise all over again, or trying to do some catch up. So it's a good time to move ahead with it. We need to move ahead with it. So I've brought forward the $75,000 from 2024 and plan to include that in 2026 as well. In terms of the software expenses, we're not looking at any new costs for software this year. We will be moving ahead with the implementation. which as soon as we get it working internally and are happy with the way that it's working, we'll be pushing it out to the public so that they can submit applications through the website and pay online. So that's an improvement in customer service level that we don't have right now. We've also proposed to carry forward $120,000 in funding to implement CIP initiatives. This year, 2024, was our first year with the community improvement plan. We paid out, or we haven't paid out, but council has approved approximately $38,000 in funding applications coming forward. So hopefully we bring more awareness to it and we get some more applications moving forward into 2025, which is why we've maintained the level of funding where it's at. So just in terms of, sorry, I just want to get to my notes for bylaw planning and committees. Looking at key operating changes from 2024, we have added a budget line, or are projecting approximately $29,500 through AMPS fines through bylaw enforcement. Last year, we didn't know what to project. Again, I'm projecting conservatively because we don't want to count on this as a revenue source. The whole intent of these fines is to gain compliance. So it's a conservative estimate. We'll see where we land. We do have a new bylaw enforcement that just started this week. So we're moving forward with that. In terms of the canine control expenses, our pound contract has gone up this year. So that's why we've gone from $3,000 to $6,000 in terms of our canine control expenses. We've increased our projected revenues for minor variances by $5,000 this year. Looking at it for the current year, for 2024, we have identified, we've already spoke about AMPS fines. We've already spoke about the canine control. I mentioned the $10,000 for the heritage incentive in terms of coming from a reserve fund as opposed to new funds. We've increased the committee of adjustment honorariums by $500 this year over last year to a total of $5,500. Again, that's just to recognize that the application numbers are up. So committee members receive $25 per application. So it's just representing current spending. We are projecting $20,000 in revenues for amendment fees for planning, which is the same as 2024. For consent review fees, we've budgeted $5,000 in revenue for 2025. The $35,000 in minor variance fees, that's an increase over $5,000 from our 2024 budget line because we have seen an increase in minor variance applications. And then with respect to consultants, that's down $5,000, and solicitors and planning is the same. So very much of all of the budget lines within planning, building, and bylaw enforcement are the same. Just touching on the building division overview, key changes from 2024. We are projecting an increased budget in permit fee revenues for 2025 of an additional $20,000. With respect to septic application fees review, I've included a $7,000 proposed revenues in there. That being based on the fact that 2024 was the first year we've had septic reviews over the course of a full year. What these reviews are in this budget line is when the building department does a review of a planning application or something along those lines. So it's not the actual building permit piece, it's their review of other applications. There's been an increase in insurance. In terms of software, again, we purchased Citywide last year, so our software costs are going down. This year, it's just our annual license, and we'll move towards implementation this year. So the main difference in the building budget this year is a summer student position that I have included. That position is being drawn from building, but will really be a crossover building planning position. What I foresee that position doing is assisting with Citywide implementation over the summer, over our busy building season, assisting people with opening accounts, helping us organize our data within Citywide, because there's a number. We have downloaded all of the data from the last 15 years that's within Direct IT, which is the program we're currently using. All of that data has been uploaded into Citywide, but there's a number of anomalies and different things. So all of the permits that are currently open have been uploaded, but the statuses and all of them need to be changed. Some of the applicant stuff needs to be changed. So there's a lot of housekeeping within the existing system. So I foresee the summer student doing some of that work for us, helping offset some of the admin vacations over the summer. I also foresee that position doing zoning reviews and helping with administering some of the building planning crossover over the summer months. So that really is the big change that we have within our departmental budget for this year. And if there's any questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
Deputy Mayor Fode and then Councillor Lackey.
Excuse me. Thank you, Your Worship, and through you. I think you may have answered the question on the last slide. You expect application for permit fees to increase, so the activity doesn't look any different than it has been going into 2025 as far as applications?
That's correct. So far this year, we're seeing basically almost the same numbers we've seen last year. So the permit levels are staying high. They're not decreasing. They're at the level they are last year. We do have a number of projects that I see coming on board next year. So Hux is likely to start construction next year. Based on our pre-consultation reviews that we've gone through this year, we foresee a number of things coming online next year. So I think next year will be very much the same as the last few years.
Follow up, if I may. Thank you. You had just stated the pre-consultation. Is that working the way it's intended? Like that wasn't even in existence here a few years back, but you developed that just a few years ago. And I assume the intended consequences are just what you anticipated. You get people in to kind of direct them the way they go, depending on what their application intends to be.
That's correct. So yeah, it works well. It helps people understand when they come in with a proposal, what inputs they're going to need to go into the process. And if there's challenges with it, how can we change it to maybe make it more supportable or work better? And it allows for operations, fire, building, emergency services to feed into an application before it comes in.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Councillor Lackey, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship, and through you. As far as the reserves for building, I understand that it's supposed to be a standalone, the user fees, the permit fees cover expenses. But we still are using, I forget what the amount is this year, out of reserves to cover some of these. Now, if I'm not mistaken, the reserve funds are topped up by tax dollars. Am I wrong in saying that the
Yeah, I'm sorry, through you, Madam Mayor. Yes,
so
reserve funds are.
it's not 100% funded by permits?
That's
the
not correct.
reserve
There-
fund?
The
Or the
the
reserve
building
fund?
reserve fund is entirely building permit
Building
fees.
permit
Yeah,
fees.
there's no tax. based
So
on-
that would lead to me to my next question is, we've got sitting in your reserves, what, 211,000? Or you're
That's
using
what-
from reserve. So what is the total of that reserve fund?
That reserve fund through you, Mayor, is projected to be about $345,000 at the end of this year, based on where the actuals are going for this year, of which to balance next year's budget would require withdrawal of 211,000 potentially to balance next year's. And then it would be projected to be at about 134,000 by the end of 2025.
So I guess through you, Your Worship, is that buffer zone need to be that big? Because that's essentially what it is, correct? If it's 100% funded, then your building permits
So
have far
yeah.
exceeded your expenses
So-
because you're socking it away. Similar, a reason I say that is similar to the library board, where they had huge money sitting there doing nothing.
Yeah,
we took it
so
back.
the reserves in the building, so touched on prior, is annually based on if there's an annual surplus within that department, that surplus goes to the reserve fund. And then years, if there was a deficit in the operations, it comes out of the reserve fund. And really that's to guard against cyclical nature within building. You don't know about upturns, downturns. One large project alone could bring in a one-time huge amount that's not going to consistently be there. So it's the guard against those ups and downs and the cycles of the building, so that it does not impact the tax rate. That's how it's designed to work.
Would it be helpful, Councillor Lackey, to find out, and sorry to put more work on you, Madam Planner, whether we've had any downtime in the last 10 years? I just, you know what I mean? Like, if you're talking about the cyclical nature, then if we have an example of where we would have
just
dipped in.
For example, just in 2022, $63,000 was required to come from the reserve fund at year end to balance that budget. So just in 2022 alone, that reserve fund was drawn down
Okay.
to balance that budget. I'm just looking at the last 4 years. That's the only year we've drawn down from it, but that wasn't that long ago. So
I do know that in the prior to my starting with the township, there were years where it was drawn upon as well. So the amount that we have is really not that high of a balance in the reserve fund if we have a down year to offset the expenses that we'd run into.
the only other thing I'd add to that as well is that reserve fund is also there for any capital needs from the building department. So if the building department needed to replace a building specific truck or something like that, that also comes out of that reserve fund. We do not use general capital reserve funds to pay for specific capital of building. So that goes back to the building pays for itself. I would also note, even in terms of the operations of this building, their staff are in this building. So we do an allocation at year end for the maintenance and the operating costs of this building, utilities, all that sort of things. And a part of that gets costed to the building department to be picked up through those permit fees. And that's all under the principle that they should be paying for themselves through the permit fees. So we do those internal allocations. IT would be another example where part of the cost of IT, which is general support, gets allocated to the building department specifically. So it is being paid through the permits and not the tax base.
Does that help?
No. It never has. I've always had an issue with the building department for the simple fact is that it should be, in my opinion, treated entirely separate away from here. If they're self-funded, okay, we still are in control somewhat of that, but I guess where I'm going with this is that, say, for instance, staffing. So we hire staffing and to pay for that staffing, we just say, oh, well, you know what, we're going to up the fees by law to cover off that extra staff. So, but where does that end? You know, if there's got to be some control, somebody to say stop, or it's just going to keep growing and growing and growing. You know, we could keep adding various things into that department and have it paid for by fees rather than taxes. We've sort of lost. We should be treated differently, I believe.
Okay, I'm gonna go to the treasurer.
Through Mayor. So just in speaking on that, building permit fees and any fees that the building department collects are approved through council. Normal practice would also be to do regular rate studies, similar to like the water rate study. If every 5 years you want to do a rate study compared to your neighbors and all that, those are set and approved by council. So it's not like there is that control of you are controlling what the fees are that we are charging. So it's not like a just runaway train that we can just charge whatever fees and increase the staffing and et cetera. Those fees are approved through council.
No, I'm not saying, sorry, through you, your worship. It always has to come with a justification. That's for sure. Everything does come to council that way. But, you know, it can always, everything it appears can be justified by the fees. So I need an extra person. Well, we'll up the fees to cover whatever it takes to cover that salary. We're going to up the fees. So, you know, I assume we're going to do it again if we get on board with a temporary position in the summer. It doesn't come for free, so somebody's got to pay for it. So the way I've been looking at this is that we have a number of FTEs in that department, and was it warranted? We were told it was. There were reasons for that I won't get into today, but I'm going to go back and find the actual video of the meeting. But we made a decision to increase staff, which was justified to us, and accordingly, that budget went up to cover off those positions, where it should have been. If we're that horribly busy, we've fallen behind. That means our revenue would have exceeded our expense. And we would have said, okay, well, that justifies another person. Let's bring that up to par. So now we're okay. But now it seems that we've got the cart before the horse, where we have a number of staff, and now we're just feeding it by upping the fees. I'm not sure if I'm getting my point across, but
Sorry, I believe I understand where you're going with that, but the planner has something to say as well.
Thank you. Through you, just to clarify, the last time there was any modification to the fee schedule for building was in 2021 when we took on septic permits on a full-time basis. Septic fees were added. Building fees were not modified or increased at the time. In fact, one of the recommendations that was presented to council and supported by council was that annually the fee schedule be increased by cost of living. I can confirm that we have not increased the fee schedule by cost of living because of the status of our building reserve fund being healthy and our revenues being consistent. So we have not increased our fees at all since 2021. In terms of the planning or the student that is being requested this year, that position is being requested to improve customer service and to add to the service that we're able to provide and help us get our house in order. I could have probably just as easily included that position within the planning department, and it would have affected the tax base and our actual ask through the planning department. However, because that position is going to be a crossover position and doing work within planning as well as building and planning work that supports the building function, I'm asking for that position to be funded through the Building Reserve Fund because of the way that it's going to complement our operations.
Okay. Okay, is there any further comments or questions about that? Go ahead, Councillor Maybe.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and through you. One of the things that came up on this was the purchase of the new boat, I believe, through their reserve fund, was it not? So there was some of the cash that may have been utilized for that.
Okay, if there's any other questions in regards to this budget, please put your hand up. I have no other hands up, so I'll move forward with the next item, which is operations and infrastructure.
Good afternoon, everybody. So I'm going to be talking to you about public works and winter control, garbage collection and landfills, source water protection and municipal drains, facilities, parks, and now recreation as well. So this year we're looking at an 8.4% increase, roughly $399,000 up from 2024. And that's broken out amongst the different categories. See, some of them are lower than the mean and some of them are higher. I will explain those as we drill into those individual items. So we start off with public works and winter control. Overall, we're looking at a 7.7% increase. With that, the majority of that comes the higher level items. Bridges and culverts, we're looking at an increase in materials. We found that we've been replacing a lot more culverts than we had anticipated. A lot of failures. So this is to help us, stay ahead of that and stay on par with what the requirement is. For roadside maintenance, we're looking at an increase in salaries and wages. Hardtop maintenance, it's salaries and supplies to align with what we have been spending, just to try to balance it out a bit better. Dust layer, it's the cost of the calcium chloride material that we put down on the road. We're at the end of our contract, so we'll be looking for that to increase. They've expressed to us that will be jumping up. Signage, so there's a pretty significant increase in signage. It's not a large budget, but certainly we've jumped up a lot. Every year we're required to do annual inspections of the signs, and a bunch of these signs have been indicated that they need to be replaced. So in addition to this, we have some speed zones that we need to sign, and this is how we will fund those projects. Sorry, if we could just jump back real quick. In winter control, we're looking at an increase of 6.9%, sorry, 3.5%, and that is salaries and materials. So it's the wages to do the work, and then also our contract for winter sand is up, and we're expecting that there will be an increase in that as well too. So some of the key expenses, as you can see, we're looking at our materials and supplies for public works. I think I'd explained some of those already. Contracted services, this is mainly around the culverts and ditching and all those types of projects that we do with some of our local contractors and brushing. Diesel and fuel, similar to Mike, it has jumped. Actually, ours has decreased with the reallocation, but certainly it's not changing too much. Fleet maintenance and tires overall, we're looking at an increase with that, and similar to the fire chief, the cost of some of that stuff has gone up, and accounting for that. Railway crossings is pretty standard. It's what it's been year after year. Insurance we're roughly around $200,000. Training and development, we've jumped that up a little bit. We've noticed that our needs have exceeded what our budget was, so we've increased that a bit. Private road grant program, that remains the same for the capital and the operating, but we'll be looking to talk to you guys about that with the operating one as we move forward. And then materials for the winter control running about $175,000. And the equipment rental, this is down from what it was previously. I think we were $30,000 for a loader rental for the winter. With the purchase of a second loader, we've decreased that, but left that in there just in case something breaks down, we have to rent something for a short period of time.
I have a question from Councillor Maybe.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and through you to the director. The 25,000 railway crossings, what is that specifically? I forget.
So that is through your worship, that is for the maintenance and upkeep of the wigwags. So every crossing that we have with CN, we have to pay an annual fee for that to exist. And this is the fee that we pay to them for that.
Thank you for the clarification. Go ahead.
Okay. So as I previously explained, we're up about $10,000 in materials for bridges and culverts. Gravel resurfacing, we're up about $25,000. Again, our contract is up with the gravel for this year, so we're expecting a bit of a jump with that. Contracted service for roadside maintenance, same thing. The increase will align with what we've seen our expenses. This is something, I've preached it year after year. This is something that we're going to do forever. We will always be ditching and doing roadside maintenance. There is a need, and there will always be a need. So that's consistent with what we've done. Increase in fleet maintenance and tires. And like I said, I'm mirroring the chief with some of the requirements on our fleet. When we have breakdowns, they're not cheap, and they come at unfortunate times, but we have a really good mechanic that helps to keep that moving forward. Decrease with fuel, and I think that has to do with the reallocation with fire. We're seeing an increase in revenue as a result of the agreement with Front of Young. I think this is a conservative number that it'll likely increase. And then materials for winter control, same thing, increase as a result of the end of the contract and expecting that to jump up. So garbage collection and landfills. We have a few items in here. So landfill site, there was an increase. That's based on the garbage tag fee, I believe, is actually being charged, or we budgeted for that this year. Previously, we had expenses, but we didn't actually have a budget number for that. And then also property tax. So I don't know if the treasurer wants to talk to the property tax. We'll likely do it better than I can.
Yeah, through you, Mayor. So you'll see properties, for the most part, the township's properties are exempt on their property tax rules or payment in lieu. There are some properties that we actually do have to pay property taxes on. Landfills are one of them. Water and wastewater facilities are the other. Or if we have a facility that is used for commercial purposes like that we lease out, i.e. the Rockport Customs House. So previously in landfills, we were expensing that every year, but it had not been budgeted for. So that increase this year is, but we included in the tax revenue up in the non-departmental. We need to include the expense side for our own properties that it does apply to. So that's what that increase is this year.
So that increases our expenses and the cost in total, but it's really an in and out. Is that correct?
It is. It's just that we had not budgeted that in previous years. And so it's just bringing us in line with that.
Thank you, sir. With Lansdowne, we have an increase with our consultant fees. And this is more to align with what the expenses that we're seeing for that landfill are. The number that we had in there previously was short of what the actual expenses are. So this brings us closer to where we are with those costs. So some of the key changes, as Phil had explained, increase in the property taxes, decrease in equipment rentals at all sites, and an increase in the consultants at all sites, and a decrease in the recycling contract. So I'll speak to the recycling contract. I think I've covered the remainder of those so far. The recycling contract, we're only budgeting for 6 months with our transition expected July 1st of 2025. It will become the responsibility of the producer at that time to cover the costs of the recycling. So this is in terms of the expenses. We also won't see the revenues that have been generated as a result of that. We will still see some with our operators on site because we're providing that service for the producers until the end of the year for sure. But we're not going to see quite as much, and we're not going to see the expenses as well too. Yes, sir. Sorry.
Thank you. Thank you, Your Worship, through you. Can you give us an example of some of the producers? I've heard and been involved in a few conversations locally as to just how are these producers identified?
So producers for us, we don't actually, it's not like when we're meeting with CIF that they're giving us a list of the producers, but basically it's anybody that produces the material. You know, it's your Coca-Colas, it's all of those companies that generate the material, generate the waste. It's now their responsibility to cover the cost. Well, at the end of the day, it's going to be us, the users, that will pay the fee. But it's no longer the responsibility of the municipalities to shoulder that ultimately.
Okay, if I may, thank you. So it nullifies the conversation and in jest that was brought up. So our waste site attendants are not literally going to be counting the McDonald's cups that are in the waste site to add up to bill McDonald's back. It's going to be a generalization of those that produce paper, those that produce plastic, and that's going to be administered by who? The province?
Yes, ultimately. So the way that we're paid, we have tonnages. So our recycling gets shipped out, and there's tonnages. So we pay the trucking fees, we pay we pay for all of the costs leading to the recycling depot, and then we get a credit back right now through Stewardship Ontario for the material that we divert from the waste sites ultimately. That's changing so that now we don't have to pay for the trucking. We don't have to pay for the processing of that at the depot or the MRF. Those costs are not ours anymore. And for at least from July 1st of 2025 until January 1st of 2026, our operators will be on site, still doing what they do, guiding people to put the recycling in the right bins. But those bins are the responsibility of the producer at that point, and they'll go where they go. I've heard that they're building a depot in Napanee that will capture the entire area. Nobody really knows quite yet. But that will not be our responsibility anymore. And they will just base what we get paid from them for our operators on the tonnage is the way that they've done it. So, we'll make X amount of dollars per ton of material, and it's a standard contract that they're doing across Ontario.
The CAO wanted to add something to that.
So as I understand it, there is an organization that has been formed that represents the producers, and they're the ones that we deal with. And however they farm out or however it's paid, I don't know if there's some sort of levy that the producers pay for their products based on whatever, but it's all through this agency. So no, we're not dealing with a McDonald's or a Coca-Cola or, whoever. It's one organization that we deal with, and they do all the logistics of what's gonna, when they pick up, how they're gonna do it and all that sort of stuff. That, I've got that right, Dave,
That's
right?
correct. Thank
Yeah.
you.
Okay.
Any other questions?
Any
on
other questions
that?
about landfills while we're here? Okay, go ahead.
So recreation, this is a new one for me, and I'm happy to take this on. I think it's fantastic. So the increase in this, the big one with recreation is obviously the reallocation of wages from the community and communications and, you know, that with Phil and his group, now into a dedicated recreation group. The children and youth programmings, the increase that you see, I believe, was on supplies and materials. And I think that's to allow us, you know, as we start working with the recreation group, to start providing some services and have that leeway to buy some materials and that we need. So some of the changes, as you can see, an increase of $10,000 in supplies, up from last year, and then the increase in salaries and wages. You see the decrease of insurance, and we'll get into that when we get talking about some of the facilities, of 33,200, and then an increase with the arena agreement of 3,000, and that's based on the COLA that was applied for the updated contract. So facilities overall, we're looking at an increase of roughly 19.5%. The majority of this, maybe we want to jump ahead to the next one. The majority of this is from the insurance. You can see that's about third block down, $70,300 of that. And this is the reallocation that we talked about from various different areas. We're actually looking at a decrease in building maintenance of 27,200. When we had initially established our building maintenance, it was based on the building condition assessments that had been completed. But now that we're actually starting to make things work and we're becoming more efficient, we're finding that we're not spending quite as much as we need to, because the things that need to be fixed are now fixed, or we're in the process of getting better at that. Rental revenue is up $2,500, and we're hoping, you know, working with the recreation group, that we might see more of that. That's our hope. So I think it's a good conservative number to work from, and we'll see where things go from there. And then obviously an increase in property tax of $9,600. Parks.
We have a question. Sorry, Councilor
Sorry.
Davey.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and through you. I know in the past years on the fire stations, when it was broken out, this year it's Fire Station 3, 2, 4. And last year it was also indicated Fire Station 1. So has that gone back to the municipal building and garage, the expenses on that?
Thank you, through your worship. Yes, I believe that it's covered that one building. It's not one building like it was before, with all three components considered one, but we're looking at it as one building out back and one building out front.
Okay.
So the administration building is separated from the.
Yeah. Just I seen that change, and I was going, we had changed it a couple of years or 3 years ago, I think, separated it out, and now it's back to the one. So is there any other explanation for that?
For so it's separated between this office and that building, but that building's treated as one from a maintenance perspective, because it's on, I believe, 1 meter and things of that nature. But
So, but
I
think
haven't changed it in my.
the confusion is under fire stations. It only has the 3.
It has the 3 because the fire station portion of that is included with the garage in the municipal
Under the
building
garage
surcharge.
line item above it.
Yes, thank you. But I believe last year it was listed as Fire Station 1 with the garage separate. And I thought that's how it had been for about 3 years, and then we had reverted to this. At least that's what my memory remembers, but anyways.
We'll
He's
We'll
always
leave it-
got the old binder.
We'll
Hang
leave
on.
it with you.
And then
to,
we'll keep going
yeah,
and while
yeah.
he looks it up. Okay.
So parks, we're looking at an increase of 12.7%. I apologize, I had some notes here. So find those. So parks, the increase is generally insurance. This is a reallocation of insurance as well. If we want to jump to the next page. So Some of the key changes, as you can see, $34,500 is based on insurance. That's the reallocation. And then an additional $2,500 in contracted services. The increase for the contracted services is around the maintenance of some of the parks, cutting of trees and those types of things that we can't do with our own staff, just where it gets into some of those tight areas. So we bumped that up a little bit to cover those costs. And that's me.
Discussion on any of the above that we've just gone through for operations and infrastructure. Councillor Maybe?
Thank you, Madam Mayor, through you. What was it here? Centennial Park Canteen. There was I highlighted it. There's an increase there of 2,200 for this year opposed to 500 last year.
And the director has an answer for that.
Thank you, through your worship. Anybody that was out around Sealy's Bay last year after July was, saw that we had the canteen open and we were selling ice cream and all those types of things. So we're looking to provide that service again, but on a more frequent basis. I think it was well received. So that's what we're looking to do. The public seemed to enjoy that we had that happening, and it's something we're proposing to keep going with.
Okay.
That's a plus. Everybody likes ice cream.
Yeah.
One
Any
would
other-
say it's sweet.
Well,
Ha 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 ha.
it's very cool.
Uh,
I did have some others, but I'll have
Councillor Lackey had your hand up, and then Councillor Gorell.
Through you, your worship, I'm just kind of all over the place here with my stars. Just going to landfills and our obligation to the landfills. We've got our $75,000 increase as per the 2023 audited. I believe, refresh my memory, did we not take reserves that were already in place and use them for something else?
We knew this question was going to come up for sure. Go ahead, Phil.
Through you, Mayor, I'd love to speak to that. So prior to the 2023 year end, there was no reserve fund for landfills. So every year previously, they would budget an accrual for the landfill expense. So really, it's a PSAB accounting entry. This is prior to asset retirement obligations, which came into effect in 2023. So that kind of changed everything. It was at the year end, there would be an adjustment based on the engineering reports, how many years left we have, how much waste was added. And it was kind of done on a percentage of capacity left. And by a PSAB entry, it's similar to like an amortization entry where you don't actually budget for it in our traditional cash budget operating point of view, but you have to make that entry for accounting purposes. So in the past, when those entries would come at year end, and they could be very volatile based on inflation rates used, the interest rates used, capacity, et cetera, that was getting netted against our general surplus or deficit, it's been a surplus, which was really artificially keeping the surplus low. So essentially, the general surplus was paying for an unbudgeted PSAB accounting entry. So I know this is probably confusing, but and I'm not explaining it well. So as part of the 2023 year end, when we brought in asset retirement obligations, it changes how we treat the PSAB accounting for assets that need retirement obligations, mainly landfills or some buildings with asbestos, et cetera. So as part of that, at year end, the decision was made, we should be setting up a budget to transfer to a reserve fund for the eventuality of when those landfills do need to close and we have to do whatever remediation we have to do. You have to cap it, you have to do this, you have to maintain it. But there never was a landfill reserve fund established. So we did establish that as part of 2023 year end. And the goal was that through the annual budget process, now we will budget a transfer to that reserve fund and actually start building that up and putting that money aside for that future use, rather than in the past, they would budget for the accrual of the expense, which was never quite enough because you never know how it was going to work. But then it would net it into the surplus. It was never put in a reserve fund.
I think the confusion might be, if we didn't have that landfill reserve, how was it that we didn't have to borrow to offset the Ivy Lee dock, which is where that transfer, is that the question where you're going?
No, my question is that probably back in 2009 or 10, 11, maybe somewhere around there, we had set aside somewhere, call it a reserve, call it whatever. It was accounted for every year for each of the landfills. I know the one for Lansdowne was somewhere around 800,000. And that's going back quite a ways. So I'm waiting to find out where, if we use that money, great, but that was earmarked for landfill closures, and that's what it was called. So if we go back through past budgets, you're gonna find it.
Okay, so I know there was a restructuring of reserve funds in 2015, I believe, to 2016, because we had a tax rate stabilization fund that was then lumped into infrastructure reserves. And then we've brought back a tax rate stabilization fund. So to your point, those could have changed over the years, not to say that they didn't ever exist or how they were accounted for, but we would have to do some digging, I would assume, Mr. Treasurer.
Yeah, and in prior budgets, like the budgeted line was called annual accrual future landfill liabilities. So that would be in the budget, and then it would get netted against that the actual year in adjustment. And then that was filtered through the general surplus. But yeah, I can go back and look. I can say in my time coming here, there wasn't a reserve fund when I came here. I can go back and.
But we can go back and look at our audited financial statements and figure out where that might, and follow the bouncing ball, if you will. So. A little bit of money, yeah, for sure. Okay, sorry, I had Councillor Grell and then back to Councillor maybe.
Thank you through your worship. Page 40 of the binder. Just looking at expenses, I just see that salaries, benefits, and honorariums are 17% to the increase. I'm assuming that some full-time employees or something got added there. Could we flesh that out a little bit? Thank you. Page 40.
Mr. Treasurer.
Yeah, I can touch on that a bit. So part of that includes within that department a temporary staffing expense. It involves an identifiable individual. I will just say that.
Thank you very much. That's good. Thank you very much.
And it is
now said.
Okay. Any other, sorry, Councillor, maybe you had additional questions?
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and through you. I highlighted Jerry Park, but I think that's also in the brief after I seen that number. So it clarified it. 230% on Ivy Lee dock ramp.
Ivy Lee dock ramp, 200.
Yeah, it says net, or there's a change.
What page of the budget are you looking at?
47, sorry.
47.
Yeah. Ivy Lee dock ramp.
From 1,000 to 3,300.
Yeah.
Thank you, through your worship. Without looking at it, I believe I know exactly what this is. That would be for our cameras and hydro service and all those types of things that didn't exist previously.
Yeah.
That'd be to cover those costs.
Well, it's a shot in the dark. I like it. Thanks.
Okay. Further comments or questions in regards to the operations and infrastructure budget? Okay. Nothing more here, no hands up. So we already had our break. You don't get out that easy again. Sorry. Oh, Carl. If you have not met Carl, so Carl is our clerk's basset hound, and Carl is the saddest looking individual that I've ever come across. And you could tell he needs a break. So pardon? He saw the budget too. So I'm assuming that we're okay to continue on, that nobody needs a comfort break at this point. Okay, so now we're on to capital.
Yep, now the fun part. So this will be tab 4 in the budget for those following at home. You get to listen to me for a bit again. So the 2025 proposed capital budget and new capital budget for 2025 is proposed at about 14.9 million. The table there breaks down the different asset categories. We have separated out what we're calling the Lansdowne Urbanization Project, as that is a significant standalone project which is about 8.5 of that 14.9 million. In addition to the new budget, and this number will change based on bills and stuff that come in prior to year end. We're expecting about 4.6 million in carry forward budget, which would be about a total combined of about 19.5 million. And we'll discuss specific capital projects coming up in just a bit. So the proposed funding plan for that 14.9 million, the majority, when we exclude the Lansdowne urbanization, the majority of it does come through the capital reserve funds, which is about 4.6 million proposed in 2025. We have 30,000 coming from the Special Projects Reserve Fund. That's specific for what we're calling the Sealy's Bay Community Hall Visioning Project. It's a mouthful, but it's kind of a project for 2025 to what we're going to do with that building going forward when the new fire hall is online. We have some cash in lieu of parkland coming through for some improvements at Cherry Park. And then we also have about $1.5 million combined in OCIF and CCBF Fed gas tax money from the obligatory reserves that have accumulated over the years that would be flowing through. And then proposed for the Lansdowne urbanization project, if successful, it would be funded as proposed, 50% through a grant and 50% through possible debt financing, which I'm sure we will speak to more coming up. Oh, sorry, I skipped the slide. Yeah, so 2024 carry forward, just to provide some context of that 4.6 million we're expecting in carry forward. I've listed kind of the three main projects. So, you know, the new fire station in Sealy's Bay, about 2.3 million, the waste reduction and diversion project, and Escott Hall and Archives. So those three projects combined for about 3.5 million of the carry forward, which is about 75% of the projected carry forward.
I have a question from Councillor Maybe.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and through you. Originally, when we approved the debt structure, the one fire truck was on there, and that's been taken off that and moved to another.
Yes, we're still looking for an alternative source for that. So that's currently in what we call unfunded capital expense, which is where Ivy Lee was prior to year end when we repurposed that money. So we are still looking for an alternative source. So that is temporarily there, and we're seeking ways to do that. I just haven't quite figured that out. But the plan is not to take out debt on it, as it is rolling stock, and we would prefer not to do that. So we are hoping to come back with a way for that, but the plan is not to take out debt for that rolling stock.
Okay.
I just have to figure out how.
So he's going to get out the magic hat that lives on the edge of his desk.
I forgot my big calculator.
Oh, you did forget the big
Mr.
calculator too.
Councillor Jameson. And then, so we're just going to move into the directors will speak to some of their specific capital projects. Afterwards, I'll then go into the 10-year capital plan and go through those charts in more detail. So I'll throw it over to Director Holiday, and he'll start with bridges and culverts.
Okay, thank you. So the first one is bridges and culverts. For 2025, the Black Rapids Bridge has been identified for replacement. That's not the bridge in the picture.
Yes.
It doesn't look like that.
I couldn't find one. I'm sorry.
I wish it did too. So the Black Rapids Bridge is located on Black Rapids Road. It's about halfway up between Sand Bay and County Road 3. This bridge is a timber frame with concrete abutments, and we have recently had some developing issues with that. We have a beaver dam that we can't remove underneath it with a backhoe or high hoe or anything, so we've been constantly dealing with that. In addition, we just had some of the deck fail on it, so we have a road plate on top of that with some granular on top of it, so nobody can see the issues, but and we've resolved them temporarily, but this is one that was identified in our OSIM inspections that needs to be replaced, and it looks like our timing is bang on. For buildings and facilities, we have Fire Station 1 and the municipal garage. So with this project, there are two parts to this. We have some posts in the public works portion of the garage that have been identified as requiring our attention as soon as possible. We are trying to contract a get somebody in that to do some temporary shoring to secure the beams. They're not at the point of failure at this point, but we just want to make sure that they don't. So we want to secure them temporarily while we work with a consultant to do something more permanent. What we're looking at with that is removing the concrete around the post two right now and potentially more. We're going to do a thorough investigation of the facility, remove everything down to the footings, cut the posts off that are secured with the shoring, and replace that with a more permanent fix. In addition to that, the parking lot and driveways outside, they've come to the end of their useful life. We have a lot of alligator cracking and water ponding on the surface of the road, you know, where people get out of their cars and try to walk into the building and get their shoes wet. So try to get all of that type of stuff fixed up. I met with the consultants last week. Sorry, the manager of facilities and I met with the consultants last week. And we're going to explore a cost-saving measure of doing an overlay with what's called a SAMI, a stress-absorbing membrane interlayer. By utilizing the existing asphalt and then just adding one lift on top will reduce the need for a second lift and additional cost. So we're hoping that this number in here will actually be higher than what we need at the end of the day. In addition to that, for this facility, we're looking at adding the public sand facility that we had spoken about last year, getting all that finalized while we're doing the paving at the same time. Chief, you want to talk to Fire Station 1?
And thank you, and through your worship. Last year, we came with a clean room for Station 1 as a cancer preventative measure for our gear. With the gear out in the open, obviously the trucks start even with airflow and carbon removal from the building. We still have the possibility of some contamination of the gear, as well as trying to keep that clean and keep the rest of the equipment clean. What came after discussions with the former manager and the current manager and the director, what came clear was that we also needed to have the possibility of some storage area within at least one station. None of the fire stations have anything much bigger than a 5x5 closet to store our equipment in. We have extra bunker gear, helmets, and gloves, but we don't have any real place to store them that is safe to do so. So what we're looking to do with that is take the carry forward plus 100,000 to make basically a mezzanine over top of the clean room, which is a system that we've been looking at. They look like an industrial, what you would use in an industrial building for different office spaces or labs. And it comes complete with a mezzanine system that integrates into it. So we can put the mezzanine up and have a space to keep the gear and dry hoses, and it just gives us a little bit more floor space for that up above. So that's what we're looking to try to do. That's why we've carried that forward, because we didn't want to start it and then try to come up with an ulterior plan after the fact.
Councillor Maybe?
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and through you. So that clean room, is it going to be external to the building or within the current structure?
Through your worship, it'll be within the structure. So the way we've looked at it is we will come in and basically it'll be like a portable office space inside the truck bay on the most northerly side. And it'll fit in between the two doors and in between the trucks that is currently being used for storage and desk with all the paperwork and all the places for the officers to do their work at the end of the calls. Within, and then the mezzanine would be on top of that.
No.
We'd look at closing off some of that so that we could have that storage room area up above.
Okay. Any other comment or question? Go ahead, Deputy Mayor Fody.
Thank you, Your Worship, and through you. With the idea of putting on extra lift of asphalt front and back here of this building here, that's going to expedite water running closer to the building. Is there any way we could set up drainage? We already have a backhoe, we have the gravel. Could we not set up some type of drainage trough similar to those in the garage now? to catch some of the water and divert it just by tile, you're gonna gain what, 3 more inches in asphalt? Maybe enough to give you enough fall to get out past the driveways. It's just a thought, because this building is like a sponge now. I really cringe at any more water heading toward it.
Thank you through your worship. As do I. I don't want to have any more water near the building. So the intent of the overlay, our control points for the paving are the sidewalk out back and then the doors of the garage. So what we're actually looking at doing is milling out the middle of the parking lot and creating the trough.
Oh, okay.
So that we're forcing the water away from the two buildings into the middle, and then we have enough slope that'll take it to the exterior ditches and alleviate it that way.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Relief.
Any further comments or questions?
Okay.
Okay.
With the Lansdowne Community Hall, we're proposing $60,000. The focus for this year is on the meeting space upstairs. We're having some difficulty with the doors and windows. They've come to the end of their useful life and need to be replaced. They'd been identified in the asset management plan. So we're looking to move forward with that portion for this year. With the municipal office, we have a couple projects as well. The parking lot out front is in similar condition as the parking lot out back. So we're hoping we can do the same treatment with doing the SAMI, and just one lift of asphalt up on top, and then creating that drainage off of the parking lot to force it away from everything. In addition to that, we're having some issues with the exterior walls. We've done a good job with the water infiltration into the facility, that we were seeing through the beams. We thought that the roof had some issues, but it seems to be watertight. But some of the facade on the front of the building, like the dry stack stone, doesn't have a blue skin behind it. It's a waterproofing membrane. And as a result of that, with the driving rains, mainly on the west side of the building, we have some rot to some of the structure. So we need to remove those sections and get it replaced and waterproof before it becomes a bigger issue. So that's what we're looking at with this facility here. The Sealy's Bay Community Hall, with the fire department moving into the new facility, that leaves a vacant space. And I think that we want to work with the community groups and some of the other groups within the village of Sealy's Bay to determine what the best use of that facility will be. Some of the considerations are relocating the library, or we have a doctor's office, or there's a lot of different ideas that have popped up. So just having somebody, that understands facility use and HVAC systems and all those types of requirements that we need to consider as we move forward. And actually visioning this to get the best bang for the buck out of that facility. So that's our hope with facilities for this year. Okay. In addition to that, the Escott Hall and Archives. So we've been working with the consultants to get this tender ready. Our main focus is to get the Archives working group back into the Escott Hall. That requires a full reconstruct on the inside of the building, and I think I brought a report to council regarding this previously. So we're online with what we had proposed, to get them in there. At the same time, we're looking at the Springfield House to do any exterior work while we have those specialty contractors on site. I'm not looking to do anything in the building at this time, but make it waterproof and get a new roof on it, do the repointing, repair the windows, excavate around the foundation, and do the blue skin and subdrain, with the main focus being on the Archives as the bigger project.
Go ahead, Councillor Jameson.
In the context of the hall, not Springfield House, you talk about moving the archives back into the hall. My question is, are you changing the conditions on the inside to accommodate some of these documents that in a proper museum setting would have quite a different air system, filtration system, and humidification system? Are you looking at that kind of capacity in order to accommodate those files? Thank you.
Thank you, through your worship. As part of this project, we have engaged an HVAC design engineer. They've done a full analysis of what the intended uses of the facility. And they've designed a complete HVAC system to monitor the humidity levels, et cetera. So we're looking at HRV, we're looking at a heating and cooling system in there to stabilize inside the building. In addition to that, we're looking at all of the insulation, all the windows. So when it's done, we will have an airtight and really good facility that will probably outlive all of us.
Okay, are you good with that, Councillor Jameson?
Oh, that's fine.
Okay, and then I have Deputy Mayor Fode, and then I've got Councillor Lackey.
Thank you, Your Worship, through you. With this movement here on Escott Hall, that was to have happened in 2024. And I know you had told me when I asked you a few times, there was holdups on that. Are those holdups all behind us now and we can go forward in 2025?
Thank you, through you, Your Worship. So we have had our consultations and approvals through Heritage. As part of that, they had recommended that we undertake an archaeological study. We have completed the phase 1 of the archaeological study. They did find some artifacts out there from the original build, and we have navigated that what the requirements are of that as part of the construction, and that's taken into consideration with the tender package that we put out there. So we are good to go.
Okay, Councillor Lackey.
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you, I understand that we're not successful in a grant to help us out with this project. I've never been a fan of this project from day one, especially since we've decided that we're going to put or build it to entertain the public. I realize that it's one thing to update the building, to waterproof it, to put things in it, people to look at, but it's an entirely other animal to have it available where you have to have wheelchair access and you have to have bathrooms, you have to have this, you have to have that, which brings it way out of range financially. As far as the archives, which would be my focus, I think that money would be better spent on an entirely new facility for archives. We have lots of property here. It would make more sense at $1 million. I'm sure that we could build something for the archives that which would be better suited within range of this particular building, the library, the township office. I would prefer not to go ahead with this project. I would prefer to keep the structure sound. But there was an attempt at it, I believe, back in the early 80s, where they did most of the renovations of what we see today before doing ours. We entertained selling the property. We almost had it sold many years ago. There was some issues because of where the well was located, the buildings that were attached. We couldn't properly sever off one building or the dome. This has just been something that's it's been an albatross for many, many years. And I don't mind putting money into it to retain the structure, but as far as spending, over $1 million, that's probably just a start. I think we need to do something different here.
So I'm gonna entertain Deputy Mayor Fode's comments and then I'll make my own. Go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship, through you. I'm on the opposite side of Councillor Lackey on this. These are the only 2 historical buildings we publicly own in the township. We know the story. I'm not going to rehash the story of how the amalgamation, now we're coming up to 25-year anniversary, and what significance these buildings meant to Ward 3 coming into amalgamation. I find it kind of ironic that you would refer to this as an albatross, and yet it wasn't 3 minutes ago we approved $6,600 a week for this albatross. This is the most poorly constructed building in the whole township. If we were ever going to put up a new building, this would be the place to start. Just my comments.
Okay, well, I was just going to, that went a totally different way. As far as the request that Councillor Lackey's just made, and to any other members of council, if there are any changes to be made, there is a motion on the floor for us to consider this. And if there's any amendments, we can definitely make them at the end, should Councillor Lackey want to bring something forward, and then we'd have to debate the amendment. Just so everybody's aware of the process and about how that would go. Councillor Gorell, you had your hand up in regards to something?
I did, and thank you through your your worship. I'm not sure that we've gotten down to the Lansdowne urbanization project. We were still really discussing
there yet.
buildings and facilities, so
Not
I'll
there
hold
yet.
off a minute.
Okay, perfect. So just for council's benefit, if there's any changes to be made, we can entertain amendments to the motion at the end. Go ahead, Director Holliday. Yeah, I don't, sorry, unless I missed a hand. Sorry, I apologize, Councillor Conlon.
That's fine. Thank you, Your Worship, and through you. I just wanted to clarify the amount budgeted for 2024, the 499,300, that has already been spent.
Through your worship. No, there is carryover
That's
from
carried forward.
2024 that will be in complement to the additional 500,000 for
Okay,
2025.
thank you. And I just also wanted to comment because I do sit on the library board, and so we do receive a report at every meeting from archives. And in terms of public accessing the facility, it is actually a very busy trailer where it is right now. It's very, genealogy is very popular right now. We have a very good archives department, and they frequently, and it's our archives are entirely volunteer run. They have people in there every time that they're open. They could be open a lot more if they had the volunteers. So whatever facility we have, it does need to be accessible to the public. And I don't know what the cost of starting all over with a fresh new facility would be, but it definitely, we need to work in having it accessible to the public because it is a real public service and something that's really often used.
CAO would like to make a comment.
Just to dovetail on to Councillor Kelman's comment, I have been in communication with Pierre Mercier of the archives this week, and he indicates that the trailer, they appreciate they had nowhere to go, and they certainly do appreciate the township providing the temporary trailer, but it really does limit access for the public into 2, maybe 3 people at a time. And he says it has negatively impacted the work of the archives. It's not ideal. Fortunately, they do have resources that are available online for people, but often the online is the teaser and people want to come in and visit. And so, they've been very patient in going through COVID and all that in this trailer. And so they are quite anxious to have a home.
Okay. So with that, now we'll continue to go.
In addition, Fire Station 2, more of an update. So we are currently underway with this project with the anticipation that it will be completed in May of 2025. So the work that we're planning at Seeley's Bay to start the investigation and some of the HVAC repairs that we intend to do there will be on hold until the fire department moves into their new facility. So we're anxious for this project to be completed in May, and it looks like things are moving along quite well.
Okay.
Machinery and equipment.
Yeah, I'm gonna throw it over to Tom, and he'll go through some of the IT capital projects.
Thank you, Mr. Treasurer. Through your worship. Technical support for technical support. You were all thinking it. A few highlights that I'm going to attempt to take care of in 2025. One that was mentioned to me actually through the Director of Planning about what the City of Kingston is doing with assistive listening devices in their council chambers. That $8,000 number represents not only assistive listening for those with hearing aids or hearing impaired abilities for being able to participate in our council chambers, but also at our customer service desk here in the township office and at our 3 library branches. I'm also signed into an information component of news group, if you will, but the federal government for their grant stream. And they do have a grant stream that opens up in May. Sort of May till July is kind of the window to sign in and see if you can get something like this covered. So really optimistic about that project. Please stop me anytime with any questions. Server replacement, there's a carry forward within that, and then an additional 30,000. We do have a very dated server infrastructure here within our township office. Some concerns about moving to the cloud. Recent CrowdStrike attack in the summer that disabled 2/3 of the IT infrastructure globally. And the daily messages that come into my inbox, I've actually stopped sending them out to staff about Microsoft 365 outages. This investment that we're looking at will replace and modernize our infrastructure here. It is our core infrastructure in terms of, I can't get too granular while I'm on public here, in terms of security and our financials. We still do have and do enjoy great success with what we have invested in cloud services with our applications, our citywide and things like that. Along with our servers that are quite dated is the next line item, our network infrastructure upgrades. That's all of the cabling, the wireless components. The wireless is a separate line item in the budget binder. An additional 10 on top of that 25 in the middle for 35. And that's going to replace a pile of network switches. Right up here on the wall, WatchGuard no longer supports this wireless access point that's here. I can't get parts, I can't get support, I can't get additional software for it. So that's what that is going to cover, is to get everything modernized. The fourth item that's identified on the slide, the security cameras for the Public Works garage. It's a significant chunk. An awful lot of that is actually going to be labor. We have cameras external to the building that were installed long before I was here. Some of those cameras need to be replaced, not all of them, because some of them are consumer grade cameras. They're very dated, they're very faded. We're not going to get a license plate or anything like that from them. A lot of that has to do with the lack of cameras inside the building. In particular, our millions upon millions of dollars in infrastructure and equipment on the fire side, the public works side. Make sure that that sort of stuff gets monitored properly. And then the last item is fairly self-explanatory, the $50,000 towards items to go into the new fire hall, the TV monitors, the cabling, the telecommunications, the internet, things like that.
I'll just add on that. That includes number 2 for office furniture. It includes washer and dryers of a certain capacity for fire gear, not necessarily your washer at home. So that's all part of that $50,000 envelope.
Okay. Question from Councillor Maybe.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and through you to our IT guru. The infrastructure that we're putting in the wireless and the network upgrades, it has a shelf life too. So this isn't a one and done. It's got a fairly short shelf life in honesty, right?
You're absolutely right. Predicted shelf life, I mean, mean time before failure on the equipment is going to be 10 years. Software-wise, updates, typically 5 years. The unknown is really the threat actors that are attacking and circumventing this stuff. That sort of thing cannot be predicted.
So following up on that question, then, are we putting money in reserves as part of our asset management plan for greening of these security measures? Okay, that was a yes for those at home. I have Deputy Mayor Fody, and then Councillor Corral, did you have your hand up? Nope, we're not there yet. Go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship, through you. With the money we invest in security cameras, we have the bylaws, we have the bylaw officer. Are we recovering any of this investment through fines and charges? I know there's reference periodically from time to time or news events, if you will, that we've had a break in here or break in there. What's the flip side of the investment? Thank you.
Go ahead.
Through you, Your Worship, I'm not aware of any recovery of any costs through bylaw enforcement. Certainly, we've passed all kinds of camera footage to our friends with the OPP and dealt with youths or situations that have arisen but nothing else outside of that that I'm aware of.
The CAO would like to speak to that.
Thank you, Your Worship, through you. A great thing about security cameras, CCTV cameras, is the deterrent factor. Is it's even with them, sometimes people don't realize that they're actually being recorded, but they are. But an awful lot of people see, it's enough to see a security camera on a building to go, okay, I don't think I want to take this job on. So that's kind of the hidden benefit on this.
The answer is no. We don't have a cost recovery. It's to securitize things, but it's also to provide security for staff and equipment that might be stolen. It's a deterrent, which is crazy. That is what it has to be, but it's not based on a cost recovery.
If I can, on a follow-up, I guess where I'm really coming from, if we identify, or the OPP in this case, identify some of these people and charges are laid, I think a public statement by the OPP or our own township office, if they're youth under a certain age, I realize you can't identify them, but just getting the story out there that we are monitoring our properties and we will lay charges, I think that news feed needs to reverberate right through the whole township, because right now nobody feels we have any security. And then when you tell them we have cameras, we have bylaws, I hear the same question back that I just asked.
Go ahead.
Perhaps that's something that can be talked about with the OPP detachment board about what they could do.
Okay, perfect. Good suggestion. Further questions about this slide? If not, we'll move along.
Through your worship. So for our fleet machinery and equipment asked through capital, we have $800,000 in for a new tanker truck. That will be replacing the 1995 tanker that came out of service due to safety concerns. It didn't pass its annual safety. It'll be replacing a single axle truck. What we're looking at is a tandem axle tanker that will go to the north station 4. And then we'll move some other trucks around just to try to keep our fleet where we need it. This truck is already built through Commercial Truck, is who we've been buying vehicles through the Canoe program. It's already built and sitting in Woodstock and available to us as well. If we go out to tender or go out to other agencies or try to buy something that's not built, we're looking at about 3 years to get. So we're looking at a certain tanker, and we can purchase that through the purchasing program. The second item is, and sorry, the other part to that is it also falls under the asset management timeline. The next one is the mule side-by-side. We have one mule and one four-wheeler. Both are due this year, but we're looking at what our finances look like. We were trying to separate some of those. And the mule is definitely in worse shape than the four-wheeler, so we thought we'd try to get that one replaced. This unit goes to every brush fire, grass fire that we have out in the township. It's been on several rescue calls out to different areas, Charleston Lake and missing person calls. So it's probably been out of the station in the last year over 15 times. Third item is extrication struts. Currently, we do not have any extrication struts that are certified through CSA. We've had some, as most fire departments, we've had some handy people that have millwright and welding skills. The problem with that is it's all great until something happens and our people get injured, and then we get to visit with the Ministry of Labor. So we're trying to get rid of some of those pieces of equipment and purchase some new ones. With that $40,000, I've also got a grant application that's going out to Firehouse Subs that will help hopefully buy us some more. So we'll be able to outfit all the stations or multiple stations with the the extrication struts. So this would augment that as well. $40,000 for the battery cutter and spreader. This completes our 4 stations with battery operated cutters and spreaders, which have been utilized quite readily in the last year. And since we've started going to the battery operated, it gives us a lot more mobility on an actual working car accident scene to be able to get around that scene. We don't have to deal with another power plant of gas and oil and gas that sits and goes stale. The batteries, we buy the units that we can interchange the batteries in multiple different areas. They're a DeWalt battery. So we can use those in different aspects as well. We have $60,000 in again this year for the replacement of bunker gear. What we've done in the last 2 years, we've asked for $30,000 for new firefighter gear for the newest recruits and trying to get them into gear after they've got their probation in. The other $30,000 is to replace the gear of existing members. In 2017, council approved to buy 60 sets of gear for the fire department. I don't want to get to 2026 and 2027 and be coming back asking for 60 sets of gear because it's not cost effective. So we've been trying to move those dates. We have 10 years on this gear, so we're trying to move those dates. So we're buying little bits at a time to keep that rotation in order. $15,000 again this year for fire hoses, which we've been trying to replace because some of the fire hose goes back to the early 2000s, which is quite a while ago. So we're using fire hose and trying to make sure that we buy the hose that we don't need to have dryers for. There's a composite type of hose that we use now that dries much easier, and we can actually put it back on the truck faster and without the worry of mold. The last ask on the capital ask is for $25,000 for headsets for pump operators. So we have 3 of the new pumps. We're putting radios in those 3 pumps that have the ability to do wireless headsets for the pump operator. This helps a lot for the pump operator because they're beside the truck. They can't really get away from the truck, and they noise with the motor and the pumping. A lot of times the pump operator can't hear what's happening on the scene because they're trying to run the pump and listen to the other firefighters that are on site. Having these headsets, although they're expensive, they're very good because they can get within 300 feet of that truck if they have to go and hook other lines up, or they can also hear what's happening on the fire ground. The fire ground's very busy. We've had a few instances where we've not been able to hear all the messaging just because there's a lot of talk and there's a lot of noise on the fire ground. So these are noise canceling so that firefighter that's running the pump can hear a whole lot better on the fire ground, and it's better for their safety. They're not listening to the roaring of the pump. The new radios that we're buying, and this is something that's coming down the pipe through the county's purchasing, is there's a new supplier and person that is taking care of all the county radios now. It's not Bell anymore, so we're trying to be compliant with what they're looking to proceed with over the next few years as those radios change out. So that's my
Questions for the fire chief? Okay, so we'll continue on with operations and infrastructure fleet.
Okay. In 2025, the bylaw vehicle has been identified as up for replacement. This vehicle is actually still in decent shape. I think it has less than 60,000 kilometers on it currently, but it doesn't suit the needs of bylaw and the operations that they're trying to provide. I know historically the bylaw officer had tried to put pets in the back of the truck and cages sliding all over the place, and the dogs, I believe, ended up in the cab, if I'm not mistaken, at times, which creates a bit of a health and safety issue for the bylaw officer. But it doesn't make sense to abandon this vehicle or sell it off at this time. There's still good value in it. At the same time, with everything that we're completing now with Public Works, we are short a vehicle. It was one of the things that we were going to identify. So to help offset the cost of purchasing a new vehicle or proposing a new vehicle for Public Works of about the same amount of money, what we're proposing is just transferring that vehicle over to Public Works and keep it in the fleet. And then purchasing a 4x4 vehicle for bylaw that, that suits their needs a little better. In addition to that, we have the replacement of one of our mowers at the parks. We've had a lot of issues with this one mower. It broke down several times this year, and it had been identified in the asset management plan as coming to the end of its useful life. So the timing seems to make sense. Tractor number 16. This is the big John Deere tractor that we have that does our roadside mowing solely. We don't use it for anything else, so it's parked roughly 6 months of the year. For the same money, we can acquire a rubber tire excavator, which will offset some of our, while the cost is roughly the same, we'll be able to utilize this more with our ditching operations, culvert replacements, doing the brushing as well. And it's a machine that we could use 12 months of the year instead of 6 months of the year. So just trying to find something more versatile that we can use for more than one operation for the same cost. We have a half ton. Sorry, I saw the red truck. So we do have a half ton in our fleet for replacement. This one was identified through the asset management plan as being at the end of its useful life as well. And this is one that our mechanic has recommended that it should be leaving us. We have some issues with the engine and with the transmission, so it's one that we need to replace. Tandem water tank. We had purchased one of these a couple of years ago, a large poly tank that we can slide in and out of the tandem fairly quickly. That was to replace a steel water tank that we had previously in the back of the tandem that leaked. We actually had 2 of those, so this is to replace the second one. The second steel tank, it's leaking as well, so just to get rid of those and have something that will provide the service that we need.
Deputy Mayor Fode, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you, the rubber tired excavator, is that 360-degree radius?
Through Your Worship, that is correct.
Okay, thank you.
And it's to replace the existing John Deere mower that sits for 6 months of the year. So this could conceivably be used for other work to be done in the winter time.
That is correct. So when I worked for municipality adjacent to us previously, we had gone to a rubber tire excavator, and it was a machine. We had a track machine previous to that we used for all of our ditching and construction capital costs. And when we were actually losing money on that vehicle, and when we switched to a rubber tire excavator, that we did our ditching operations throughout the summer, and then when you typically have your machines parked in the fall, once you're done all of your ditching operations, we started jumping into the rubber tire excavator when the leaves were off the trees and brushing. And it is we've had a contractor come in to provide us some support in the last couple of years to get our brushing back up to where it should be. And what we found is that the rubber tire excavator operates about 4 to 5 times. It's 4 to 5 times more efficient than what our roadside machine is currently. So we feel that this would be efficient all the way around and would ultimately save us a lot of money in the long run.
Okay. Councillor Maybe.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and through you. And as I said last meeting, thank you very much for doing Maple Grove Road, because you brought this machine in to finish it, where we had started it earlier with the other machine, and then you brought this one to actually finish it to make it compliant. And everybody's loving the road, by the way. Thank you.
Thank
you. Further questions or comments in regards to these items? Okay, next slide.
So parks and land improvements, we have Jerry Park that comes up for 2025. Actually, I'm going to, we don't talk about Jonas Park in here. So Jonas Park had come up. It's not on the slide here, but it's in our books. Jonas Park had come up for the playground equipment to be replaced. And when we found this, we started doing our inspections and found that actually Jerry Park was in worse condition. So Jerry Park is one that we have elevated up to something that we need to do this year in 2025. we have some areas that are starting to break down, and it's starting to cause some problems. The base of the playground structure is not compliant with current code. So what we're looking to achieve is replacing the playground equipment, replacing the base around it, and bringing up to code compliance. And also tying in the pathways. So our playground equipment is not actually accessible to the parking lot or to the pathway that leads out towards the ball diamond and the pavilion. So we're hoping to tie all of that type of stuff in so that it's all accessible from one end to the other. We will continue with Jonas Park. We have the gazebo up there that is not AODA compliant as well. And same thing with the foundation of the play structure up there needs to be replaced. So we're going to be using that money to address those issues.
Are we going to be applying for funding for that? Because I know that often there are accessibility grants for those things.
Yes, so we will talk with Grant Match regarding the available funding. We were successful previously with the Centennial Park equipment. So something of that nature should come through again that we can apply for. Furnace Falls Accessible Path. This has been identified by the community group up in Lyndhurst. Yep, Lyndhurst. So the pathway that leads from County Road 33 into our accessible washrooms, and then from our accessible washrooms around to our accessible viewing platform and up to Jonas Park is not actually accessible. So we're looking to actually bring that into compliance so that these features that we've put in place that are accessible and compliant you'll be able to get to them. So that's the hope with that project. Ivy Lee Wharf parking lot. This is directly across the road from the Ivy Lee Wharf, and the property that was purchased in 2022. We've gone through the site plan, or we're working through the site plan and applied for minor variance for the entrance there. And our hope is to bring that up to a parking lot standard in 2025.
Questions? Go ahead, Deputy Mayor Fody.
Thank you, Your Worship, and through you, with regards to the Jerry Park playground equipment, do we get a 1-for-1 at that kind of money? Like what goes out is basically being replaced, more or less?
Thank you, through your worship. I think that we want to have a look at what the need is for that. So when Jerry Park was initially installed, there was a certain level of standard and expectation when it was put in. And I think that the requirements for AODA, et cetera, have changed, and, making it inclusive with all of the different types of, play areas for the different, I'm losing the words, but, having it more multifunctional for all of the users rather than just a play structure. So we'd be looking similar to what we did in Centennial Park, where, there are different structures to accommodate different groups of people.
Right, if I may. What I was getting at is we're going to have a similar amount of structures, because today's pricing for, as you alluded to when we went through this with Centennial Park, the cost of this equipment, I believe you said there was only 2 manufacturers that even provide this type of equipment. So I guess, are we going to maintain the water structure portion? That seems to be a popular event there. Is that going to be reinstated?
Through your worship. So we're not actually looking at the splash pad as part of this project.
Okay.
It's good, and it's compliant with AODA requirements. This is for the swing set and the climber and everything in behind it, and bringing that up to a proper standard as well too.
All right. And one more, if I may. When I was looking at the notes here the past week, Ivy Lee Wharf parking lot, is there any chance that could be finished in time to utilize some of this year? Or are we being restrained by other factors?
Yes, unfortunately, for us to complete it and be in compliance with the requirements, we have to go through approvals with the Planning and Development Department. We have to go through the approvals with the CRCA for our water outlet and all those kinds of things, which we're currently working through. And our hope is that we can construct this towards the fall, so we're not impacting the summer use of the existing facility, and have it completed for 2026.
Okay, thank you.
Because if we rushed it and then didn't have it, there'd be no parking there at all. So I guess I understand. Go ahead, Councillor Lackey.
So it will be functioning as it was this year for this coming, like for next year,
Thank
before you
You're right.
start construction.
That is correct. That is our intent.
Yeah.
So we have closed off the entrance to it for the winter because the facility is closed. We are currently engaging a contractor to remove the building because it's been identified as a health and safety issue. So we'll complete that over the winter while we continue to work on the site plan design. Open it back up, and then towards the end of the season, that's when we plan to complete the project.
Okay, Counselor Jameson.
Just as an aside, with respect to funding, third-party funding, suggestion to the Director of Operations to take a look at the Gananoque, or not Gananoque, the Napanee facility, which was a partnership with service groups as well as the town, which allowed them to look at this kind of money and probably more. But it may be worth the township generally to be thinking about how the service groups, the community groups might get more involved in this sort of thing going forward. And also something like the arena in Gan, where the users and the service groups should step up and write checks. It's not more complicated than that, but it is happening in other communities that are not any less or more wealthy than we are. Thank you.
It's a good suggestion. Thank you. Any further comments on this slide? Okay, we'll move on to the next one.
My apologies. Road network and stormwater. So the Rockport Village project, we have just met with the consultant. This project, when we had our PIC, it encapsulated the entire village. Old River Road, Birches Lane, Front Street, Escott, Rockport, and Selton Roads within the village boundaries. So we've broken that into a 3-phase approach. And the first phase that we're looking at with the money in 2025 is the Old River Road stretch and Birches Lane north of the Parkway. The Lansdowne Urbanization Project. So this one, we've engaged JL Richards. They're currently working on the design for us. These roads have been identified in the asset management plan as reaching the end of their useful life. In addition to that, we know that we have some stormwater drainage issues that are impacting the village. So this project is, instead of replacing like for like and leaving those drainage problems in place, we want to address them and enhance the design so that it not only incorporates the vehicular traffic and parking, but also the pedestrians and stormwater management. The Seal Coat project, this is the project that we do on our surface treated roads every year. It's a preservation technique. This year we're looking at Pacific and Centennial and a few other roads around the township, just to extend the life. The cost of us doing this per kilometer is about 15 to 20% of rebuilding the road. So it's money well spent to extend the life. Maple Grove Road is another one that's on the list. So it's just extending the life of these roads, similar to what we've done with a lot of them around the township in the last few years. Gravel road upgrades for 2025, we're proposing to pave our stretch of Washburn Road from County Road 42 up to the boundary. In addition to that, we've done a lot of prep work on Kidd Road from Eden Grove Road up to Fairfax with ditching and culverts and some granular and all of those types of things. So we feel that we can also accomplish putting a surface treatment on that stretch as well within that budget. The capital infrastructure contingency, this is something we've included in our budget for the last couple of years. It's a percentage of the overall budget. And it's just, when something goes sideways that we didn't anticipate, we've built in a bit of a buffer to help us out.
I believe this is where Councillor Gorell gets to ask this question.
Thank you. And through you, your worship, and thank you for your indulgence. It's late. We've been looking at a lot of numbers here, but I have to preamble here a little bit. There has been a pattern in the last while here, and the pattern sort of is we're presented with issues we do our very best to, and good intentions, and we start passing, yes, that sounds like a great idea. And I'm going to suggest the Escott project that Councillor Lackey was referring to. We had this happen with Fire Station number 2. We're going to have it happen with the Lansdowne urbanization, the wastewater situations, and also the water storage. Each one of those things, we've been presented with good, solid thinking, but a month or 2 or a year later, the costs have escalated incredibly. How have we decided to handle it? Debt. When I came on this place, it was, what do we have, $110,000 in debt, not even repayment, just debt. Now we are looking at a plan here that's taken us to, like, I don't know, $15-16 million in debt. There's not one project there that isn't sort of worthy. The problem is it escalated tremendously. And I think now is a time when we could actually start thinking about reducing our aspirations a little bit. I won't say it's too late. The fire hall is going to be, it's a beautiful, beautiful structure up there. But there are things we can put the brakes on here. And Councillor Lackey nailed one. My constituency blew my phone up when it came, we were going to tear down the Escott halls or whatever we were going to do, bulldoze it, I think came up from Councillor Jameson there. At any rate, we decided not to do that. But the costs, once again, have escalated through the roof. And we, with all the best intentions, have said, yep, let's carry on, let's carry on. We've just been, the expression sunk costs. Well, that's what's happening here, sunk costs, and therefore we're hesitant to put a stop to something. Even I'm beginning to think the Escott project is a money pit. And I've supported that thing 100%, but I'm beginning to have my doubts, and maybe we just make it a beautiful park and start thinking about getting the roof on it, getting the windows on it, getting the foundation done, and be more cautious about our spending. And that brings me to the Lansdowne project. This, I remember at the public information session, because it wasn't a meeting that was required under statutory regulation. It was presented and the good people were there and they were nodding, and there was a beautiful presentation. It really was a good presentation with all of the boards rather. It couldn't have been better. And there was a little laughter in the crowd because it was, well, what's this going to cost? Oh, it's going to be $15-16 million. And there was a little chuckle there, like, who's going to pay for that? Answer? Oh, there's going to be some funding. Oh, okay. So if we get the funding, we go ahead. That was sort of the gist. And people went, oh yeah. Then they kind of chuckled thinking, well, good luck getting the funding out of the province. Here we are. We're making the decision. This is a time to either reduce our aspiration or rethink it, because we haven't sunk a lot of costs into this yet. And it's, here we go. We're just debt. Everything we do now on capital seems to be, we're driving the debt program. And the next thing that we're going to be talking about is the 10-year plan. Look what we are doing to those capital reserves. It is, the way we're going, it's a necessity, but we do have an opportunity to put some brakes on here and rethink some of our aspirations. So I'm not going to propose directly. We have to be careful about the Lansdowne project, because no matter how you cut it, 50-50 with the province, it's still 8 million plus debt to get some sidewalks, rebuild some. I know the expression like for like, and water drainage has come up and everything, but we have to be very, very careful about that. And I don't think we're just flowing down that river of debt, flowing down that river of, it seemed like a good idea at the time. Thank you.
Go ahead, Sia.
Thank you, Worship, through you. You're not wrong, Councillor Grell. It's a big number for us. It's a big number for anybody, I think. And Lansdowne's been the way Lansdowne's been for a long time. And Can we kick this down the road? Yes, we can. What else is on the horizon? You pointed out the water storage thing, absolutely. One of the ones that I think needs attention coming soon is the Lansdowne landfill mining project. And that's a huge one. And, you know, if we are taking on this kind of debt for Lansdowne for streets and stormwater management, pedestrian thing, all worthy, all absolutely unquestioned, a good project. And you're bang on. It's well-intentioned. But when you see everything that's coming and hitting, and you tack on another potentially $10 million for the Lansdowne landfill to mine it, and to me, that's a real priority. The results from the test wells or test boreholes are showing an awful lot of sand in the Lansdowne landfill. So that translates into an awful lot of capacity. So if we can buy for 10 million bucks, let's say, just to pick a number, for 10 million bucks, if we have to close the Lansdowne landfill because it reaches capacity, going the way we're going, and turn it into a transfer station, we are going to then have to truck our garbage to wherever we're going to have to truck it, Michigan or Northern Ontario or Moose Creek or whoever knows. And I have had numbers thrown at me about what that's going to cost in a year, everything up to about $3 million a year. So when you look at that versus investing in $10 million into gaining potentially years and years and years of capacity at Lansdowne, that buys us the time for, you know, maybe at some point in time, the provincial government in its wisdom will approve an incinerator for Eastern Ontario like they did in Darlington. And then our costs, whenever Lansdowne fills up, it'll be the cost to ship it to the incinerator. To me, that's a real priority here. If I was looking at the big picture, which you guys pay me to do, I'm seeing a wonderful project for Lansdowne for their infrastructure and all that, absolutely needed, unquestioned. However, I'm also looking at this Lansdowne landfill thing that has the potential to benefit everybody, and stave off. You look at our operating budget today; it's 12 million bucks, 13 million bucks. If 3 million of that all of a sudden becomes trucking costs to get rid of garbage, that's a humongous hit to us, right? So if you guys are looking, pardon the expression, if council's looking to pump the brakes on something, totally understandable, seeing what's coming down the road to us.
Okay, so like I said earlier, as far as removing or making suggestions, so the motion that's on the table, I just want to remind everybody that we're receiving these reports. We're not approving them today.
Right.
So if there is suggestions for augmentation, reduction, removal, anything like that, they can definitely be considered. I just didn't want anybody to panic that the motion that's on the floor is that it's a carte blanche. You know, we're ticking a box today. Go ahead, Councillor Lackey.
Thank you, Worship. That being the case, in my notes, I previously alluded to Esket Complex. In my notes, I have that we don't do that unless we do get a grant.
Okay, so can I just park that so I can figure out procedurally what we may do? Because it may be a motion at the next meeting, not to say that, because this is just receiving the reports today. So changes like that may, because then it gives staff time to come back with what the impact would be, positive or negative, to come back to council when we actually approve or not approve the budget. So I think the treasurer had his hand up, and then I'll go to Councillor Jameson, then Councillor or Deputy Mayor Fody.
Yeah,
Go
I
ahead.
just, through you, Mayor, I just want to speak on the idea of the grant. So that grant was applied for in October. We obviously haven't heard, but we did apply for a grant. And that's where that 50-50 split came from. That's how that grant funding program is set up. If we were successful with that grant application for 50-50, like we still need to come back to council in any event, because one, you'd have to execute the grant agreement. Two, we'd have to still agree on how we're funding our 50% if we were to go with it. So just so it's clear, like we did apply for a grant in October. I'm not sure when we'll hear. November. I'm not sure when we'll hear whether we're successful, but that grant program was 50% provincial, and then municipalities responsible for the other 50. But
And I'm gonna go to Director Holiday to add to that.
Yes, we've actually applied for 2 grants that month. We applied for the HUSIF grant, Housing and Enabling Water Servicing Fund for the water project that I think we're going to be talking about later on. And then also for the HECS, the Housing Enabling Core Servicing, which is the Lansdowne Urbanization Project.
Okay, so I have Councillor Jameson, then I have Deputy Mayor Forde.
Just really a comment to things that both Councillor Lackey and Councillor Grell raised, and response from the CAO. It is very ambitious. There's no question. But it's very ambitious, and it leads to so many of these things will lead, can lead, should lead, must lead to some sort of debt load. But I guess from my point of view, trying to look ahead, if we're going to scale this and we're going to depend on external grants, then we really need them to tie very tightly to those possibilities. In other words, we can't go down a road without that other money. We really can't. And that exposes us more if we try to do it. If there are things like, obviously, the landfill, where health and safety, not just cost, are part of what we're thinking, those, I think, if we're going to scale back on some things, the health and safety aspect of what we're doing needs to come first. And I appreciate the concern people have around the table, because I think it is very ambitious. I won't say overly ambitious, but it is very ambitious, and I respect that because it's been well thought through. There's no question we've heard today has been well thought through, and I respect that, and I know we all do. But Councilor Grell talks about the phone burning off the wall. For me, it was, and this is operations, for me, it was the arena. I was ill and couldn't come for that vote. But I'll tell you, up in my part of the pond, $161,000 a year, every year for 4 years, is just throwing money away from what I'm hearing. So when we talk about our investments, and that's one, let's keep everything open for discussion as you go down the road. Thank you.
Deputy Mayor Forde, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship, through you. Of all the great things we've discussed and heard about here today, the only one that really got my attention was the one from the fire chief making reference to a fire truck that's being made or is made now that might not be available if we order it next month or 2 months from now for 3 years. Can we just get some clarity on that?
Through your worship, timelines for vehicles now to be built for fire is anywhere from 2.5 to 3 years. That all started right around the COVID time, and it hasn't really gotten any better. I know our neighbor Gananoque ordered a ladder truck and paid for it the first year last year because the price was going to increase so much, and they're looking at a 3-year turnaround time on that if they're to order it and buy it, or order it and build it. So what we've been trying to do in fire with our fire trucks, and the last 3 that we've bought have all been demo trucks. They've had those chassis pre-built, and we've ordered them, and they've been able to build them within that year just on the frame. It's the chassis that are taking the long time for us. That's what the holdup is on the builds.
So if I may, you're saying this particular truck, the chassis is there?
This particular truck, the entire truck is ready to go. They had built it as a demo, and it was put together in this past year. So it's sitting in Woodstock complete.
It's
I
suffice,
can have it in a month,
and it would be suffice to what we're looking for.
100%.
Is that something we should maybe expedite if we don't expedite anything else today?
So there's a proposed pre-budget approval motion that would be an amendment to this motion that is currently on the floor. That if council was amenable, that we would pre-order the new pumper truck from Canoe Sourcewell Group, and purchase order will follow once the budget is approved. So that would be an amendment to the motion that's on the floor, should council be willing to entertain that. Go ahead.
Just a question. You said that would be an amendment if the budget is approved.
No, no, it says that this would be a pre-order and that a purchase order would still follow once budget is approved. So it's a pre-order. It's basically one piece of the budget that we're approving.
Right.
Just the one piece in order to get the order in, but I
Okay.
wasn't there yet. But we are getting a little long in the tooth here, and we do need to take a comfort break.
Okay.
So I might call a halt right now for everybody to take a quick break, but is everybody okay to go till 6 o'clock? Unless everybody's done, in which case I'm willing to entertain that too. I had hoped to have it done by 5, but I don't want to make it too long for anybody. If you'd rather, we could also do water, wastewater at the next meeting. If that's. Okay, so we need to take a comfort break. I've been asked, so a 5-minute quick break for a bathroom run, but then we'll be right back. You got your cookie and your Coke?
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, you're gonna have a crowd.
Hey, everyone, we're back online live and so I think provided that council is on board, we'll try to get through the rest of the capital here and the financial plan, but then leave the water wastewater till January. Unless there's any burning issues that you feel that you want to have it done today. I know today has been a long day and we did get a late start, so that's on me. So we'll go back to the capital projects where we are currently in the we're tab number 4, page number 63, about that. Yeah. And so I just before we left, we were talking about the fire truck. And one of the things that the chief, if council understands the need for that fire truck replacement, which I believe was the 1995 that needs to be replaced, chief. Yeah. Okay. So that there would need to be an amendment to the motion that is currently on the floor to receive the corporate services report, that council directs staff to move forward with a pre-order of a new pumper truck from the Canoe Sourcewell Group, and a purchase order will follow once budget receives approval. Terry? Yep. Okay. So Terry is making that amendment and Brian is seconding. Okay, so that amendment is on the floor. Can I have some debate around that, if any? Okay, go.
Excuse me, thank you, your worship. The only question is what happens to the old truck? It's just go for scrap, or does it have any value to lesser well-off communities?
Through your worship, that truck is unlicensed, so we can't go anywhere on the road with it. We could sell it for scrap. It's been sitting out at the training center. We've been using it as a water supply for training, but we can get rid of it if we need to, but there was really no extra money left in it.
There's still pretty good money in scrap.
Mhm. Okay, so the motion is to amend to allow the pre-order of the pumper truck. So I have no other hands up, so I'll call the question on the amendment. All those in favor? All those opposed? Okay, so the amendment has passed, but we'll continue to go back to the rest of the presentation excluding water wastewater, which is the financial plan, if we're good with that. Okay. Go ahead, Mr. Treasurer.
Why's it go?
I don't know. I didn't break it. John, and I'm gonna reshare it. My favorite. There we go. Hey. No, it doesn't show off of that.
Now we're having technical difficulties at 20 after 5. Lord have mercy. Okay, we're good. We're good. We're moving forward.
All right, so next we're just going to move into the tax funded capital financial plan. So this really starts in the binder on page 65, and the complete plan is on tab 8, appendix C. If you want to look at the big Excel spreadsheet. So that said, the 10-year capital financial plan is, sorry, it's comprised of 6 sections, which I'll come up. Each one will have a slide to go through. But it's the capital requirements, the funding strategy, debt estimates, the reserve fund continuities, contributions from operating to the reserve funds, and then the impact on the tax levy / tax rate. The high level graph on this slide here shows the capital requirement each year for the projected annual contributions. So the red line there is the contributions to the reserves, or the reserve fund, sorry. And you can see that it does go down negative in 2029 and 2030. And then important to keep in mind that the later years in the projections obviously come with greater uncertainty than the years in the next, 1 to 3 to 5 years, which highlights, just highlights the importance of the work we continue to refine through our asset management plans to make that data further out, more reliable, more accurate for planning purposes. So as of right now, the total capital reserve funds are projected at a balance of about $2.5 million there at the end of 2025, and at the end of the 10-year forecast would be about $5 million. And then overall, the goal is to get the township to a position where in general, we can fund our annual capital requirement on a pay-as-you-go approach, where capital reserve funds are then used more as a stabilization tool for large projects. That's the pie in the sky goal of capital financial planning. So capital requirement. So the total capital requirement.
Sorry,
Oh,
I have a
sorry.
question from Counselor maybe.
Thank you, and through you. The crystal ball on this graph, is it accurate?
It's as accurate as we can be with the information available to us in the moment.
Thank you.
Is that a
That is almost
highly
a political
couched answer? I mean, with anything, we work with the best information available at the time. And through updates through the AMP as per required and then annual updates, we're constantly looking to refine that. And every year we do look at, trying to move projects out, stabilize it, make it less, spiky. And then just, the cost of goods and increasing those over time. So.
You want to follow up?
Just as a follow-up, so in your best case scenario here, how this projections, what could throw this right out the window so quickly that our gray hairs would become increasingly more?
To throw more. So the vast majority that you see in that capital projection is based on the AMP. So I'll speak to it later on other slides, but for the most part, it's capital replacement. There are exceptions where you'll see some spikes, and I'll speak to them later, but the Lansdowne mining, potential Lansdowne waste mining project, or the urbanization that are above and beyond like for like. But otherwise, so if there are net new assets, those haven't necessarily been picked up in the 10-year. So if there is a new level of service in 5 years from now that the township would like to provide something that we don't currently have, that's not currently captured in that.
Okay,
So things like that create some volatility.
great. Thank you.
So for example, if we had we added a fire station 5, not that I'm recommending that, but that is not captured because it's an upgrade to service levels.
For everyone's favorite topic, if we built our own arena, that's not in there.
There you go. Deputy Mayor Fody, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship. Chief, you just took the wind right out of the fire, Chief. When I was doing round 3, my digester round, I call it, I had the 90 or the 24 budget right over top of this one. On this same graph, we've dropped almost $3 million for the sake of argument at year end by adding one more year. What's changed on the tail end of that graph? The fact that we're putting more money into debt, so less capital required. Is that the difference?
Particularly on the reserves, or?
It's the very same graph as last year. The very same graph in 2024 shows 3.3, just over 3.37 million. And the ending graph showed 7.9 million. We're down to 5. We're down to 5. So like I said, we're a drop of $3 million by just adding one more year. But the graph significantly has changed the upward trajectory from the 29 year on up. It hasn't flattened, but it's certainly flattened out much more.
Would that be the Ivy Lee project that we funded?
Are you
Maybe.
when you're saying that? Yeah, well, that's part of it.
Right. And the fire truck that we didn't. I mean, you did a great job, the finance team last year, all of you, because that hasn't been mentioned here today. And we're all well aware of it, that we've taken, what was it? 3.3 or $3.2 million in proposed debt last year at this time on a budget that never occurred. Yet we finished the Ivy Lee Wharf and we got the fire truck. Both those items are never put into a debt situation. And the general public won't hear those dull stories.
The fire truck's still a work in progress, but yes.
Mm-hmm. So
Bill doesn't want to promise anything he can't deliver.
no, I realize that, but that was the only thing that jumped out when I got to this page. I thought, how do we drop almost $3 million in perceived debt, or capital requirements, sorry, by adding 1 year? But regardless, you may have got that.
I think it's because
That may be it, Your Worship. Those two debt items and they were large enough at the time.
Well, and I think some of this will be explained in the later slides as we go through, but
Okay.
the changes have been year over year, but
All right.
Okay. So we'll continue on with the financial plan and the capital requirements.
so this is a table that really goes about the capital requirements, showing where that $77 million over the next 10 years is. We've isolated out the Lansdowne urbanization and the Lansdowne mining. So you'll see in the years 25 through 27, that red at the top relates to the Lansdowne urbanization, just about the 15 million. And then the brown in 29 and 30 is related to the potential mining of the Lansdowne waste site. So those are two pretty exceptional projects. So that's why they've kind of been isolated outside of the rest of the capital requirements. So if you look at that, 2025 that big increase, that spike is very much driven by the Lansdowne urbanization. And then again, like I said, the peak in 29 and 30, there's 10 million in 29 and 5 million in 2030 for that potential mining project. So if you really excluded those two exceptional projects, the regular capital replacement per the program, those each projects are about 15 million. This would drop the 10-year capital to about 47 million, or an annual average requirement of 4.7 million. And excluding those two exceptional projects, you're looking from a low of 3 million to a high of 6 million in any year. We're kind of pretty consistently in that band of 3 to 6 million in capital requirement. And then as you can see, the primary asset categories that drive the capital requirement are the road, excluding those two projects, are the road network of 22.2 million, fleet of 14.1 million, and building and facilities of 7.5. And that makes up about 93% of our capital requirement come from those areas, those three areas.
Questions? Okay.
Okay, so the next slide here kind of looks at the funding strategy of how are we going to pay for that proposed 77 million over the next 10 years. So the primary source of funding is the capital reserves, which are important through the operating contribution. That's about 52%, or about $39.7 million over the 10 years. Other notable funding sources, well, I would also highlight the debt servicing in there. So there's about 15 million, we'll call it, in debt proposed through that, and that's through the Lansdowne urbanization and the Lansdowne mining project, about $7.5 million each. So if you really look at the debt and the capital reserves, that's about 71% of the projected capital would be getting funded through the operating levy, as the operating levy ultimately services those debt payments on an annual basis. Outside of that, we do have OCIF and the federal gas tax. Combined, they're about 7.2 million, or about 9% of the overall funding is through those annual contributions from the government, from the province, and from the federal government that we would funnel into there. So I'm just going to highlight the two big projects that everyone's been talking about. So we've already touched on before. On there does show the grant for the other 50% of the Lansdowne urbanization project. That's that 7.4 million for the grant that we've applied for. And the hope with the Lansdowne mining project is that there is going to be potential future grant opportunities. And it'd be most likely a similar debt program or grant program where it'd be 50% provincial or federal and 50% municipal. So each of those big exceptional projects have been proposed to be funded 50-50 that way through grant and then potential debt. And then just to speak on the debt over the whole 10-year period, there would be the potential of 14.9 million in new debt. I do want to mention that's in addition to the new fire hall that's coming online. That's not included in that. So when you add that 6.8 million, there's a total potential of 21.8 million for tax funded capital projects in total debt possibility.
And where does that put us in regards to our financial information return and our borrowing limits?
That's coming up on the very next slide. But so we will get to that. Yes. There's
Any other questions?
Very sobering slide is next.
Sorry, I definitely, I'm on info overload right now. So go ahead.
And speaking on the next slide, so debt estimates. So the chart on the slide here, and that was included in the binder, that shows our annual debt payments that would be coming through the tax funded, so from the tax rate. So currently in 2024, that payment is basically about $70,000 for the existing debt we have on hand. If these projects were to go, you see the increase in 25 up to 297, and then 400 and about 460,000 in 26. That's once the debt for the fire hall is fully online into 2026 budget. So that's that increase. The next spike up to 887, that would be the potential debt coming online in 2028 for the Lansdowne urbanization. And then the next spike up to the 1.3 million by 2031 would be if that Lansdowne mining project came online. So what does that mean? We would be, in the course of 7 years, you have the potential of going from 70K a year in annual debt payments up to about 1.3 million. So obviously that's a pretty substantial increase of, over 1.2 million, or that's about, a 10.5% impact on the current tax rate just to annually be servicing that debt. So in terms of our ARL, our annual repayment limit, which is provided for through the FIR and municipally legislated, our current 2024 ARL is about $3.6 million. So that means we can be servicing debt annually by legislation up to $3.6 million. I would never recommend going near that. So this 1.3 million and the potential for about another 70K coming from water combined would put us at 1.37 million. So we'd be at about a third of our current ARL limit. Our ARL limit does increase over the years because it is based on 25% of your net revenues. So, I would expect revenues and tax revenues to go up over the next 10 years. So that limit will increase. But if you were looking at it, for example, in 2024, that's $70,000 that we're currently paying. That's 2% of our ARL limit. So we're going to be going from 2% to about 36% potentially by 2031. Hopefully that answers the question.
That answers the long range question, I believe. Councillor Gorell, that is what you were speaking about earlier. Okay. Questions in regards to that? Councillor maybe, and then Deputy Mayor Fody.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and through you. Again, we have a large business here, as much as we want to say that it's difficult. And there's a lot of projects that need to be done, not just wants, but needs. And that's a differential, I think, is that there are a good number of things here that are needed to help us out with the overall picture of how the township runs. As we all know, we've had some excellent people come on board to give us a lot of expertise in how we proceed and how we get to this point. And when I first went through this, I actually have a note to the debt level myself that, when 2 years ago, we weren't looking at almost any debt here. It is difficult to look at a large staggering debt level that we have. And yes, maybe it is only a third of what we're allowed to have. But not much off Councillor Lackey's thoughts. Do we need to do all of them right at this moment? Is there some sort of realignment that can happen to help it? Because there's so many things we need to do just to keep the day-to-day functioning going and help us out. Not saying that we don't go ahead with these projects by any means. That's not really what I'm saying is it's that total debt level that has me a little beside myself, I'll be honest. And as prices continue to go up, we will continue to see things rise. And to Director of Finance mentioned that also the increase every year may help offset some of these debt levels for us and stabilizes us a bit. But I still think we need to be cognitive of how much we're taking on, how quickly. And I think that's another thing. How many years have we not had a debt in the township? And all of a sudden we seem to be exponentially adding to it. Certainly everything that we've been presented has been done professionally and with great care from all the departments, because you can see the pluses and minuses that they've also added into this budget. So it is a very good budget. And I will say that right off, that I'm very happy to see what we've got. You know, if we didn't have to incur any debt, I think everybody around this table would be ecstatic. So moving forward, we have to, in the future, make this decision. Thank you.
Go ahead, Councillor Rowe.
Here's a projection or prediction. If we carry on with that level of debt steps, shall I call it, what's going to happen when they, here's what I'm going to say. When the minute that MPAC is released, sitting around this table, we're going to take, instead of saying, oh, it's an opportunity to reduce the tax rate, you know what we're going to do? Or someone's going to say, hey, this is an opportunity to knock some of that $16 million debt down. So it's going to put a lot of hurt on property taxes. So rather than having the opportunity, that's what's going to happen, sure as heck. You know, rather than take an opportunity to lower a tax rate, it's going to be, yeah, we'll keep the same tax rate and let it just sit there because we'll pay down some debt. And that is not, to my way of thinking, it's a bit scary. Thank you.
Go ahead, Deputy Mayor Fody.
Thank you, Your Worship. My first comments on this budget is how well it was prepared by all the staff. This is right down to intricate numbers in details. You could sit here and read this thing for a month every night, which I'm sure most of us have done for the last week or 10 days. This is as detailed as it gets. The reason we're looking at some of these debt numbers and larger numbers is because, not to put blame on previous councils, they didn't have the asset of an asset management plan. That is what brought all these things to the forefront. The asset management plan showed us, well, that road's no good. These buildings are no good. This fire truck is aged out, and so on and so forth. But it all brought it on. When was our first asset management plan finished? In the July of 20, I believe, because that was the year COVID hit. And Doug Ford said at the time, we'll put it off till 21. And Kate Tyndall said, no, we're almost there, right? Director of Operations, you were part and parcel of that conversation at the time. Did it not finish in 2020, July?
Through your worship,
21.
that was July of 2021. I wasn't here in
Was
July
it?
of 2020.
Oh, well, welcome aboard. But to my point, so it's only been 3 years that the asset management plan has just taken a bushel basket full of goodies and dumped it at our feet and said, here's what you need to get done. So we're looking at these numbers. When I go through this, I personally, in past business and personal, I don't have a problem with debt if it's managed right. I don't have any doubt here that we don't have a staff that can do that. Yeah, I mean, you got to be careful, but I could ask the facetious questions of, we're all similar vintage. Mark and I'll take the high road on the elderly, but sorry, I've all told you. But how many here bought their first car with cash? How many here bought their first house or property with cash? Not likely. You took debt to get what you want, to get to where you wanted to be. That's what this is. We can take on debt, properly managed, to get what we want to where we want to be. If you roll back to that last pie slide, 19%. It's 19 cents on the dollar, same thing. And it's well managed. Now, if we add more to it, then it's 24 cents on the dollar. I've taken on a lot of debt. I paid it off. I'm still here to live to see another day. That's just my opinion. I know, and I hear my colleagues, everybody's not wrong. That's why we're here. We all have different opinions and different views on this. Where we end up, we'll see. I don't have any problem with the staff we have. I can relate back, and I won't go too deep on that, but I can relate back not so far ago that I wouldn't have taken on $1 million in debt with the staff that was there at the time. But with this staff and going forward, it's a totally different story. Totally different. And, you know, we inherited some of those scary numbers. Some of them didn't even exist. We couldn't find them. They were extinct, you know. and the wisdom of having a treasurer for 2 days a week who come out of retirement. But rather than pick on people in the past, this is what brought us to where we are today. We got some serious housekeeping to do, or we could look what happened in Brockville just day before yesterday, at the corner of Parkdale and Ormond. Water main blew right out, took the whole major intersection of Parkdale and Ormond. If anybody's ever sat at either one of those 3 red lights, you know how much traffic's there. There was none a couple of days ago. They closed the whole thing down. So we're not going to experience that through any decision not to go forward with stormwater. That was a water main. That'll come up under next month's conversation of water, wastewater. But I think if we're ever going to move this township forward, and must say, this council sitting here has done a great job, excuse me, of doing just that. We've moved a lot of things forward in this township. I think the biggest asset we've done in this township is sitting among the council members right here. Thank you.
Sorry, my apologies. So we're at the debt estimates. How many more slides do you have there? Okay, why don't you try to get through the slides and then we'll try to pin a bow on all of this. Is your
Not on. So the next one is the reserve fund continuities. So the red line in the chart there, that is the projected withdrawals in any given year. And the green line is the contributions from operating to the reserve funds. So you can see that the projected withdrawals are greater than the contributions every year until about 2030. And that's why you'll see the declining reserve fund balance. And then it starts building up again after that. So we're, by 2028, overall, the projected capital reserve funds would be depleted, fall into a slight negative balance in 29. Well, I shouldn't say slight, about $1 million, a slight in 2030, and then rebound. So for the years with the negative balances, if the projections were to bear out that way, the options facing the township in those years would be, increase our contributions even further than what's currently put into the plan. Hopefully we secure grant opportunities on that aren't currently in the plan. We could do short-term borrowing to meet those cash flow needs, internal borrowing from other reserve funds, or defer projects to future years when the reserve funds are built up. So that's just a quick snapshot of the capital reserve continuities.
questions on that slide? Okay, next.
So the next one is the specific contributions from operating to the capital reserves. So beginning, you'll see that the increase in the contributions to capital reserves in each of the next 4 years. This is slightly below than what we had projected in last year's capital plan. But you'll see over the 10-year plan, we'd go from about the 2.9 million in 2025's budget, and by 2034, we'd be up to about 4.65 million. You'll see the decrease in some years. So when we are putting the plan together, one of the things we do consider is possible debt coming online. And you look at the combination of the contribution to the reserve and the debt payment, because combined, that's what's impacting the tax rate. So that's why you'll see some dips. So in 2031 there, where you see a 0% increase in the contribution to the capital reserve funds, that's in recognition of the potential of that landfill mining project that debt coming online. So we didn't want to compound that impact on the tax rate that year. So that's why you see that 0%. Obviously, that's subject to change with what could happen in the future. But the general idea and the goal is once we kind of get over this hump by after 2028, it kind of gets to a more reasonable number of a 3% increase in the contribution to capital reserves. And the next slide will show a 3% increase to the reserves is about a 1% impact on the tax rate. So it's getting to a stable annual 1% tax rate increase. And I'll speak more to that on the next slide.
Questions? Okay.
Final slide. So we can see the increase, like I said before, the increase to the capital reserve contributions and the debt payments. This impacts our future tax levy requirement, hence our tax rate. So in 2025, the combined impact is about 4.3%. And that's the increase to the contribution to capital plus the increase in the debt payment for the fire hall that's going to come online. Over the 10 years, there's a projected high of about 6.1% in 2028. That's a combination of increase in contribution to the reserve and potential debt for the Lansdowne urbanization. And then a low of 1% over multiple years, starting in 1%. The other spike you see to 4% in 2031 would be the potential debt impact of the Lansdowne mining project on the landfill. So over the course of the 10 years, on average, it's about a 2.8% impact on the annual tax rate. So overall, the goal is, once we get over to the hump, is to get to sufficient levels of the contribution to the reserve fund where we establish a stable, predictable increase to the annual rate of 1% for the purpose of capital investment. And when we get to that, this is really getting to that by 2029, which is consistent with the plan that was presented last year, with the exception of that potential spike due to debt. But otherwise, we will reach that consistent, stable, predictable contribution of a 1% tax rate impact each year.
This is only outlining when you're using your values that you're putting in from asset management. This is only borrowing what our contribution would be in the event that we got federal or provincial funding, correct? Or is this isn't contemplating borrowing the whole amount, or is it?
No, so those projects are 50-50 projected, proposed.
So
50-50.
just, I was thinking for anybody listening, that this tax rate impact slide is based off of us getting the grants that we require in order to move forward. Without the grants, in order to do this, would be a very significantly different.
Yeah, so this is built off of that funding model a few slides ago with the 77 million in that pie chart. That's based off of that funding model.
And to the point that's been made around the table that really there's going to be certain things that are going to need to be done in the village of Lansdowne, whether we get grant funding or not. Would that be correct? Would that be I know that part of the urbanization was to contemplate everything, because we would potentially have roads opened and all that kind of stuff. But the water reserve is a must-have, correct? For FUS, sorry.
That is correct.
And I'm just picking on Lansdowne because it's top of mind, but stormwater management, we've got a problem because we've got certain roads that are, and challenges where houses are receiving the stormwater, not a stormwater management system. And a number of the roads are failing themselves, the surfaces in Lansdowne.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay.
There's a grant out right now with the federal government, CHIF, and they've identified both water and waste as being the two top issues right now with that. So for us, we've applied for the HUSIF for the water, and our intent is to apply for the CHIF for the Lansdowne mining, should it be feasible or found feasible.
And we're allowed to compound them, so we could reduce what our contribution would be. Like HUSIF will fund up to 50%.
HUSIF will fund up to 73%, I believe, 72 or 73%.
Right. But we can compound it with the federal funds.
That is correct.
So should we be super lucky to be able to move forward with that? I just bring that up because the comment was made, we can't go forward without the grant funding. And while I want to support that and say that, I'm just throwing out the caution that there's certain things that we may not be able to get around. We may not be able to do everything that's in part and parcel of the project. However, there's certain things we may be obligated to do regardless. Correct?
That is correct.
Okay. So Deputy Mayor Fody and then Councillor maybe.
Thank you, Your Worship. To not put your new chain of office at risk, is there any better chance of having the county show cooperation with our two main streets in Lansdowne should any project go forward now? Or you don't have to risk your chain and not
no.
answer that?
I know there's ongoing talks now with our staff. We had a meeting with them recently in regards to this, and I do believe there will be some positive movement forward with collaboration. What that looks like, to what extent and how many dollars, that I can't answer. But I do appreciate the fact that the CAO and the Director of Operations were in a very active and lively meeting with counties not too long ago, talking about that very project.
Thank you.
Okay. But I just wanted to underscore that there's certain things that we may not be able to get around when it comes to some of this projected debt. Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and through you, on the mining of the Lansdowne waste site, what is our current capacity limit at this moment? And does the mining actually impact soon enough to accommodate how much lifespan we have left?
Through your worship. I had this conversation with our consultant the other day, and he tells me that once you get towards the end of the end of a landfill, which we are, we're roughly 3 to 5 years capacity remaining at Lansdowne. He says it's a little variable because you find the pockets and you fill it in, so it can push out a little bit. So our timing works for the landfill mining project should it be successful. So we're looking at roughly, I would say 5 to 7 years, somewhere in that range with Lansdowne, and it does align with our proposed plan for this project should we be successful.
Just as a follow-up, so is there enough time to have that happen and still have capacity there? Because as we move it forward, and 7 years is going to be on us pretty quick, whether we're really going to make that coordination.
Through your worship. So our focus with the exploratory digging that we've been doing was on the backside of the landfill. Taking into consideration the current practices with the recycling, the redirecting materials from the waste site. We don't take construction waste. We don't take a few things. We redivert our brush and all those types of things so that it's more waste going into the waste mound than it is recyclables. We don't put cars and boats and all those kinds of things in there anymore. So the exploratory digging that we were doing in the back end was to get a sense of, what the composition is of the old waste back when the landfill was created. And well, we weren't very successful finding cars and boats. We were, as the CAO had indicated, quite successful in finding a lot of sand and soil material. So, now we're going to take that information and see what that means. Can we extract the sand from the landfill and recompact, because our compaction methods have changed as well. But the focus is really on the backside of the landfill, the original days of it. And we would work from that point out so that we can continue the operations in conjunction with that at the same time.
I know that the timing's off with budget. I know that the director was planning to have a report come forward, an information report come forward for our edification, but this information only came forward in the last week.
Yes, I was receiving the updated borehole logs this week, actually. So it's fresh. We are taking that information back, and the consultant is drafting up a report. We'll have conversations with the ministry to understand what our abilities are moving forward. And then our intent is to have a report to council for February because of this CHIF grant closing at the end of March. If it is something that we could do successfully and gain 30 plus years of capacity, then I think it would be in our benefit to try to jump on this grant if it's available.
Okay. So, Councillor Lackey, go ahead.
On a different vein, do we have to give direction tonight on the scenarios for the OPP reimbursement?
I was gonna look for some consensus on that so that when the motion comes back in the new year for us for approval, that
I just didn't know if we needed to get a budget number.
that was the last thing I was gonna do before we leave here. But that's all right. I appreciate the reminder. So the reason I bring that up as far as the public is concerned, that the public that may be watching, is that when staff are doing these budgets, they're doing it with the best possible information that is available at the time, as quoting our lovely treasurer. But everything is an ongoing project. It's sort of a bit of a moving target as we're trying to plan for the future. However, that ends the last of the slides. So is there any final ask about the tax funded or the capital financial plan and how that might work over the next conceivable future? I have no other hands up. So, which leads me to my final question, which staff is looking for some direction, and we have not spoke about the scenarios that the treasurer provided to us. So if you can go back to the slide that has the 2025 tax bill implications, scenario 1, 2, and 3. I don't know if the deputy treasurer has access to that. This was directly related to the policing costs and the information that came to us on November 29th after the budget had been, for all intents and purposes, prepared. Scenario 1 is essentially using all the money upfront. Scenario 2 is splitting the difference, so to speak, over a couple of years. And then scenario 3 is using none of it and keeping the tax rate where it is as presented. So I'm looking for some input from councillors and where you think you would like to go. Councillor Lackey, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship, and through to you. I always like to go somewhere in the middle, so I would take scenario 2.
Okay.
We split that between the 2 years.
Okay. Councillor Kelman, do you have any thoughts on this?
Thank you, Your Worship. Given, I really appreciate the breakdown of the impact on the monthly bill, because there's really, it's not a very significant difference. My inclination would be to take scenario 3 and carry it all forward and go with the current budget as it stands.
Okay. So I got 1 for 2, 1 for 3. Mr. Gorell, do you have any thoughts? 2. Scenario 2. Well, Councillor, maybe? 2. Deputy Mayor Foding.
I can, excuse me, I can join majority of what I'm hearing and go with scenario 2. My first thought was scenario 1, just because I struck out trying to get a tax cut for our residents last year on stating that we could hold off spending on Escott Hall and Springfield House. Ironically enough, it was held off, but we didn't get the cut. I'll go with option 2.
Mr. Jameson?
Well, for a myriad of reasons, I would go with number 3. One of my reasons being is I just simply don't trust the provincial government to be there for us in any way, shape, or form, whether it's the current government returned or the next ones. So if we've got some money that we can protect for a couple of years, my assumption is that money in, say, 2026, we could apply it where we needed to apply it rather than specifically to the OPP budget. I don't know if that's in the scenario, but I just think we need to keep the powder dry, as they say, and hang on to the money, much the same way as when we got that modernization, they call it modernization fund back in the old days, 6 years ago. And we sat on it and we ended up using it for things we really needed at the time. And it lowered the cost of things like AMP and the various things we did. So keep the money in your jeans for as long as you can and use it when you really need it. Because as Councillor Kelman is saying, you know, you go by percentages, things look terrible. But when you look at the actual real impact, it's not that significant, but it could be down the road. Thank you.
Okay, so the majority of council is looking at scenario 2. So it's a bit of a hybrid model. We're keeping some money in the jeans, not all of it. And hoping that the province comes back to the table with a different funding formula, which based on my discussion with MPP Clark, that is supposed to be the goal, but I appreciate your hesitancy and your inability to trust what might happen in the future. I will take that with Councillor Jameson. So I would, based on consensus, staff, you can take that back. But There may only be 4 slides for water wastewater, but I think we're all pretty much done. And I think that water wastewater with a fresh set of eyes, if there's any conversation in regards to that, might be better served by that, by another meeting. If that's possible, we can tack that on to the committee of the whole in January. Okay, so the motion still remains on the floor, and I'm gonna read it again so that everybody's comfortable with it. So the motion, and this is an amended motion, is from Councillor Maybe, seconded by Deputy Mayor Fody, that council receive Corporate Services Report 2024-003-2025 draft municipal operating and capital budgets, and that council receive the 2025 proposed operating budget with a net levy requirement of $12,929,200, and that the council receive the 2025 proposed township residential property rate of 0.00541633, and that council receive the 2025 proposed capital budget of $14,889,100, and that council recommend a scenario per budget addendum policing costs and all necessary rates and budgets be updated accordingly, and that the 2025 draft municipal operating and capital budgets as presented be referred to the January 6th, 2025 Committee of the Whole meeting for consideration, and that council direct staff to move forward with a pre-order of a new pumper truck from the Canoe Sourcewell Group, and a purchase order will follow once budget receives approval. So that is the amended motion in its entirety. Any further comments or questions? Seeing none, I will call the question. All those in favor? All those opposed? And it is carried. So the leftover motion, if you will, for water, wastewater, operating and capital budgets will push to the January meeting. Mayor's update. Nothing to really report other than it has been the busy few weeks with all the festivals and festive gatherings, if you will. I will take this opportunity to say thank you to each one of you for, again, pushing this back and to accommodate the county schedule. Hopefully it won't happen too often and over the next 2 years. And just to say Merry Christmas and Happy Holidays to each and every one of you, staff, and all your loved ones. And that you be safe and no drinking and driving, arrive alive, all that sort of stuff. And enjoy the season for all its joy and peace. Any other comments or questions before we go? Go ahead, Councillor Maybe.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and through you, just one other event on Sunday in Gananoque, the Lions Santa in the park. So another event from 1 to 3, and Santa breakfast with Santa at the Legion in the morning. So, and again, Merry Christmas to one and all.
And just reminded me, the New Year's levy at the Legion in Gananoque happens on January 1st at, I believe, 10:30, 11. I'll confirm and let council know, but we'll make sure it's on our social media as well. Any other announcements? Okay. Number 14, which is bylaws, and 3 readings and final passage to be granted to bylaw 24-057 being a bylaw to confirm the proceedings of the Corporation of the Township of Leeds and the Thousand Islands at its December 12th, 2024 council meeting. And that's brought forward from Councillor Kelman and seconded by Councillor Maybe. Any discussion on the motion? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? All those opposed? And we're carried. And moved by Councillor Kelman, seconded by Councillor Jameson, that council adjourn at 6:08 p.m. Non-debatable motion. All those in favor? All those opposed? And we're carried. Have a great